How we doing? Howdy, 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 chat. Hope everybody's having a good day today. I'm having a pretty good one myself. A decent one. Kind of a tiring one, but I feel like I say that a lot. I guess that's just life, you know? I suppose I'd always rather have, like, too much to do than too little, you know? I was just down in my cellar. I haven't checked for snacks in my cellar in a long time, and apparently I bought a bunch of these at some point. And completely forgot about them, because I found, like 8 cans of wasabi peas. They've been down there for a little while, because they've had time to slightly coalesce into, like, one giant mass of wasabi peas, but a little shaken. A little shaken breaks them up. Mmm. These things are the best. Oh my god. How is everybody today? We got an active chat, it looks like. Man, oh man, oh man. We had Mr. SquarePeg coming in here early. Then there's Roland, Sumatha, Data Nerd, to Square, Desert Owl, The Happy Heretic, Hamburg Tack, oh my god, DFW Dwegham, you fine, fine people. GM Kaylee, good to see ya. Oh. Working on some LRM carriers. Which ones? Out of curiosity. I know that, Deathray Designs has some LRM carriers right now that are really nice. I'm gonna put these away, or I'm just gonna spend the whole stream eating wasabi peas. Ridiculous. The DRD one's nice. Yeah, they've got some really, really good files. Austin over there just had a... I don't know what happened. He had some kind of design-gasm. For like a month, it was just like every day he was churning out a new vehicle. Steeping my tea here. A little something to put some pep in my step. Today I finally got around to... We got a good amount of moisture last month, so I wasn't too worried about, like, watering. What with the grasses only just now starting to wake up around here, and the soil just starting to warm up. And the soil is starting to warm up. We're going to have the buffalo grass coming in soon, which is, it's such a pain in the ass. Honestly, I like buffalo grass insofar as it really is maintenance-free where I live. It's just, you know, it's a native grass. It grows very, very well up here. The only thing about buffalo grass that keeps me from putting it in everywhere and kind of like xeriscaping is it goes dormant when the soil is cold, and it doesn't wake up until it warms up quite a lot. So, like, the buffalo grass, I'm not going to have to start worrying about mowing it for another half a month to a month. But at the same time, that would mean that the lawn is just brown until, like, mid to late May. I don't love dumping all the water into, like, fescue or bluegrass, but at the same time, I need something to compete with the fucking early spring weeds. In other words, my day has been super boring, and that's why I'm talking about fucking grass. Not even the fun kind of grass, the shitty kind of grass. It's better than tumbleweeds, I guess. Making a very tiny hand. Alright, Gimishkar. By the way, everybody who won prizes on our last stream should have been contacted by now, asking about their shipping information on Discord. If you haven't, please reach out to me on there. And if you haven't, first check your messages and then reach out to me on there. How about that? Oh boy, Heretic. That's wonderful. Tomorrow is 420. Tomorrow is indeed 420, and thank God it's on a day I'm not streaming, because I'm just gonna be... You know, we made something a few years ago that I think we promised never to make again, but maybe we should give it a try on 420. Buffalo wings with wing sauce that's made with can of butter are dangerous. They're like buffalo wings that make you want to eat more buffalo wings. It can lead you down a deadly spiral. Earrings from an upcoming show next month. I was like, 24 bits, why would you... Oh, 420, 420, bruh. Cheech and Chong. I fucking hate stoner culture. I say that, like, I immediately mention Cheech and Chong and then say I hate stoner culture. I like Cheech and Chong. Who didn't like Cheech and Chong? Those fucking movies were funny as hell. But, I mean, you know, more Tommy Chong than anything, because he continued being entertaining for a good long while after that. Your love of the halfling's leaf has dulled your senses. But man, stoner culture got bad. It got real dumb in like the 2000s, and then shortly after legalization. Like, actually, it kind of chilled out after legalization here. Like, it's still there, but it's like, because it's legal now, it's not counterculture, it's just culture. So they're really just kind of like hanging out doing their own thing, and I don't know, it seems less offensive to me somehow. I say they. I do have to encounter it when I go into the dispensary, but I just kind of walk in and I'm like, give me that cartridge and that one and a new battery, and I'm the fuck out of here. Yeah, but people do that with everything, Roland. That's just a certain type of person who have no personality, so they substitute whatever hobby it is that they're into for having a personality. Yes. Yes. We criticize those people. Oh God. Roland, you don't have to talk about me directly like that, man. Come on. Oh, thanks for getting that shout out done. Data Nerd Cookie Mama, how you doing today? Yeah, it is the dryness, Gimishka. We're supposed to be having, like, precipitation by now. April has been just bone dry, though. And it's not great. The April showers that will bring May flowers seem to primarily be the showers I am pulling up out of my well and then shooting out over the grass by, well, I mean, this year I feel like it's going to be called for more than ever because we're still in, like, a drought. It's going to be a dry summer, so I'm just going to rig up automatic sprinkler systems. It's usually so little I can do it myself, but I'm going automatic this year. Second Vendetta, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Lurk away, Cookie Mama. That's not a lot, Desert Owl. That's not a lot. I'm trying to grow some grass this year, too, so it's like I'm really going to have to be dumping a lot. Every time we have these dry seasons, I'm like, I love living out in the country. I do. I love living rural. I love being away from people. But I'm on a well. So every year, I'm like, shit, when are we going to have to re-drill this thing? Just like there's almost no way to know right now. I mean, at the very least, putting water back into the ground means it's eventually going to come back up out of my well. But at the same time, it's so dry here, I have to do everything in my power to avoid evaporation. You know, I do, Dwegam. I have the most attractive feature on my property, should you ever come out to Thunderhead to visit, is a massive pile of 20-year-old horse manure. Plainly visible as you drive in. It's so old that it's actually fantastic for fertilizer and doesn't smell at all. But it's not terribly attractive, and it's so goddamn difficult to move that I'm just trying to use it. Just break pieces out of it and till it down and use it, because I ain't moving it. It is one big pile of shit. Oh yeah, it's fantastic for fertilizer. It's the type of, like, aged, dried manure that people pay extra for. And it's just kind of sitting out behind my house. I'd fucking give you some, honestly, if you could come get it. It's horribly unattractive. Unseasonably cool today in Florida. Really, only up to 79. Perfect weather for when your AC's broken. Yeah, that does suck. That does suck, Heretic. You might be a little bitter, it's possible. I've been looking into options for that Gimmish car, and like I said, I'm looking at Xeriscaping options, because, like, Xeriscaping got its start where I am. I'm pretty sure that the word Xeriscape was, like, coined in Denver. So we're looking at options. Yeah, I need to give the trees some love this year, too, because they're hurting after the last few years. How often do I walk out to it and reenact Jurassic Park? Well, I can't. It's too dry to immerse my hands in. But sometimes I'll just look at it with a sense of awe with my sunglasses and my boonie hat on. That does happen. I may take you up on that, Desert Owl, because I did not. I have like a black thumb. Like, I kill almost everything that I touch. I'm gradually getting better. And like I said, I would love to, and I'm looking at using more native plants for the lawn here. I would love to do buffalo grass, if only, and I'm kind of weighing how much this matters to me, because it holds its ground pretty well once it's, rooted. But again, once the soil goes cold, it disappears, and it takes a while for the soil to warm up enough for it to start growing again. You have to keep it real well mown because buffalo grass grows up into those long, thin, wispy stalks and has those little wispy seed pods, and it becomes a fire hazard. It's like gasoline. You toss a match out into a yard full of buffalo grass, it would just woof the whole fucking thing. Hey, Autofire, how you doing? Can we get a shout out for Autofire, by the way? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the modern idea of the suburban lawn. I just want plants that will hold the damn dirt down and keep the tumbleweeds from taking over. But again, I feel like the buffalo grass is not going to do that enough of the year. I would absolutely take advice, Data Nerd. Like I said, it's not something that I'm like super interested in. I'm not interested in it past the annoyance of when it's not doing very well. So easy to grow native plants are really what I'm interested in, but I still have to do more research and investigation as far as what would actually work. Oh yeah, Roland, anything flammable in an enclosed space with enough oxygen. Boom. Empty grain bins, for instance. That's one that not a lot of people consider. But empty grain bins are basically just bombs. They're highly explosive. Which, thankfully, our grain bins have been empty long enough they're not explosive anymore. But for a while there. Oh, finish my tea and we're gonna get started today. My desk is covered in terrain, and this is what I need to be painting. So I don't know. I guess we're gonna try some airbrush and we're just gonna fuck around, see what we can get done today, because it's what I need to be doing. So we're gonna do some. Hey, Automat Americana, how you doing? Severe that time again, indeed. Yeah, Clover is because that's like a what is it, a nitrogen fixer, something like that. Clover, as I understand, got super demonized around the turn of the previous century, and if you look into it, it's basically there were a bunch of chemical companies with a bunch of herbicides that they needed to sell, so they convinced a whole bunch of American suburban homeowners, you only want difficult-to-maintain, water-thirsty bluegrass and fescue. That is all you want, and everything else must be destroyed. Kill the clover! And it's like, that was a terrible idea. But they had poison they needed to sell, so it was just convince people they need to kill everything that the poison kills. Go, 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 go! Capitalism. It's fantastic. Yeah, then the Cloverfield monster came up from the deep sea and slapped the face off the Statue of Liberty. I actually like that movie. That movie was a lot of fun. That was one of those you had to be there kind of experience movies, though, because it was like the whole, what do they call that? What do they call that? Someone help me out. Where there's like pretend reality stuff, like, the website for Tagruato and Slusho, and found footage is the type of movie, but I'm talking about the the websites and the news stories leading up to it. I was going to say augmented reality, but that's something totally different. There's another word for it. It is a form of viral marketing. Something reality game. What's the A? What's the A in ARG? Texas A&M drought-resistant lawn plugs. That's an interesting idea. Arrgh. Alternate reality game. Thank you. You knew it was something like that. Something reality. Also, can I just take a moment to mention, I don't know if you guys have seen, what is it? It was 9 Cloverfield Lane? It was something Cloverfield Lane. Had fuck all to do with Cloverfield. They just took that word and they put it on a bunch of movies after the fact to pretend like they were making a cinematic universe, but it has nothing to do with anything. 10 Cloverfield Lane, thank you. That movie was great. That is a perfect example of a movie that is fucking incredible until literally like the last 2-3 minutes of the runtime, and then it just completely dunks itself in the shitter. If you haven't seen 10 Cloverfield Lane, watch it, and as soon as it seems like you're at the resolution, like check the timer. If you're in like the last 5 minutes of the runtime before the credits, just stop watching it. You will lose nothing from the film. You will have gotten the entire thing. And I almost don't want to spoil it. I'm just going to say, as I was watching that one, I came up with a better ending for it, at least in my head. That would have been better while still including the stupid thing that they had, which would have been she gets free and she sees the thing that she sees. You know the thing. If you've seen it, you know the thing. And if it had just ended with her going, "Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me," and that was just the end of the movie, like bam, we're in credits. That would have been a better movie. I still would have preferred it just wasn't there at all. But if it had to be there, if it had just ended with her being like, "Oh, for real?" I feel like that would have been a superior film. The movie overall is great, though. Oh yeah, no, Gypsy Danger would punch the Christ out of the Cloverfield monster, no doubt. It's not even big enough. Gypsy would be... No, I guess it is. It'd be big enough to grapple with Gypsy, but Gypsy's covered in weapons and has killed way tougher monsters than that. Yeah, the shoved-in ending. It really was just out of nowhere. Had nothing to do with anything. I mean, I guess it did, but the way they handled it was silly in the extreme. Hey, Dodge, good to see it. Speaking of movies, I watched The Batman last night. I don't want to spoil anything. It's a 3-hour movie. And you should watch it. I am a big Batman fan. I have been for a long time. I have been critical of pretty much every film that has come out featuring said Batman. I like that movie. I like that movie a whole damn lot, and you should absolutely check it out. I don't even want to talk about it all that much, because I really don't want to spoil anything. It is a, like, hard-boiled detective noir story. It suffers a bit from Return of the King syndrome, where it's like, oh, the movie's over. Oh, nope, never mind. No, it isn't. Oh, no, there's still more to... Oh, okay, now the movie's over. Oh, nope, we've got another ending coming up. Like, it does that a bit. It is 3 hours long. But if you're watching it at home, you can take breaks. Oh my god, Sumitha, no. No, you have to watch it, man. The Batmobile is such a tiny part of the film. Like, it's there, it has a whole cool scene around it, but it is such a tiny part of the movie. It's this little piece. Sumitha, your particular interests are so myopically focused on the particulars of the car. I'm not gonna say that you're not well within your rights to decide to like or dislike something based on that, but I will say that you are missing the rest of the picture because you're picking out like one tiny little thing where the color isn't quite right. It's like looking at this amazing masterpiece and going, oh, this one shadow, like, the light wouldn't be casting the shadow in that direction. What are there, two suns? Like, it really doesn't matter. Not even a little bit. I disagreed, Dwigom. I think the Riddler made sense pretty much the whole way through. To the point that the ultimate resolution with the Riddler, the discovery of the Riddler's ultimate plot, I somewhat called in the first act of the movie. I wasn't sure that's what was going on, but I was like, I'm getting a little bit of, maybe this is happening. And then as we get there, I had kind of forgotten about it, and then the revelation, I was like, yep, that's the thing I thought, which in my mind is the sign of a well-written movie. The breadcrumbs are there for you to pick up, but you can miss them for everything else that's happening. It's a really well-done movie. I enjoyed it. It's not a perfect movie. It definitely has some problems. It has one or two shots that I'm like, that's not great. But none of them mattered enough to detract from my enjoyment of the film. If I were to complain about anything in The Batman, I would be picking nits. I do not understand. Like, you'd have to tell me the specifics of your problem with it, Sumitha, because in the scene, it is so just fucking brutal and so cool. And now I say this as someone who, like, I'm not a car guy. You know I'm not a car guy. So maybe there's something horribly wrong with it that I didn't see at all. But for the sake of how it's used in the movie, it seems to make perfect sense to me. It's a dirty, brutal, sassy bitch. And there's only one car chase. And I think the rest of the time he rides around on a motorcycle anyway. Oh, Sumitha! You are picking nits. If that... Sumitha, I want you to take a moment and understand what you're complaining about. This is a movie about a man who dresses up like a bat and goes out into the night to punch criminals with his fists. And the problem that you have is that the engine on his car isn't right. I'm just saying, think about it. And that's true, I'm not a car guy. I'm a rule of cool guy, and rule of cool says, that looks fucking cool, go for it, it's fine. Maybe he has found a way to make it work, you don't know. It's... Well, I mean, like, come on, Sumitha, come on, man. The car is literally parked in a secret location 99.9% of the time that it's out there, and the only other time that he drives it, he is actively around it and using it. And the rest of the time, he's cruising around on a motorcycle. Like, it's a non-issue. No, and at a certain point, given that this is 2 years into his run and everybody knows who he is, I feel like you'd come across that car and you'd be like, oh, I could steal the wait. This car belongs to the fucking Batman. Maybe not. In fact, there's the opening scene of the movie is so cool. It's so cool. It's almost as cool as Alara Kerensky. It's almost as cool. Not quite as cool. But it's getting there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription, Alaric. Thank you for the support. How are you doing today, man? It's great to see you. I'm just saying, like, it's literally the first scene of the movie is talking about how, and I don't feel like this is spoilers because it's literally like the first minute of it, and it's watching the scene that really gets it across, but it talks about how the bat signal, when that goes up in the city, it's not just a call to Batman. It literally makes all of the criminals who are out there actively committing crimes, like, they start to become paranoid and they start to look at this, like, every single shadow in every doorway suddenly becomes potentially the Batman. And they're like, maybe let's get the fuck out of here. Let's stop doing crime now, because the Batman might come and punch me in my face repeatedly. If you came across the Batman's car, he's definitely nearby. Maybe we don't do this. Maybe we call it a night, folks. I'm just saying. I'm like, did you see the Batmobile in Joel Schumacher's version? None of the Batmobiles have ever made sense. I guess the Christian Bale Batmobile being like a tank, maybe. And I don't know. I thought it was kind of ugly, you know. You shoot the engine in his car and drive away. I mean, you know, sure. You could also shoot him. You could shoot him in his face that has no armor on it, but nobody does that either. This is called the willing suspension of disbelief. And I'm not talking about the suspension on the car. I'm talking about you doing the suspension. That's what I'm talking about. Now, if you can suspend your disbelief for just one more moment, we can go ahead and get painting. Told you my desk is covered in shit. I've been doing terrain setups. Oh, fuck. I dropped the dwarf. It's bright orange, so the fact that I can't see it means it must be directly beneath me. There it is. Ow. Pardon me. Just okay. The dwarf was gonna have some words with it. See, we just have different standards and requirements, Sumitha, because the Batmobile being realistic is so far down. Even plausible. That is so far... Even existing. Heretics got good to see you. Like, it's so far down my list of requirements for a good Batman movie. Like, I could give a shit. I could give a shit if he even has a Batmobile. It's a fucking car. You know, who cares? There's so many more important things about being a Batman movie, such as the characterization of both Batman and Bruce Wayne, the dichotomy of the two personalities existing inside of one person, the question of which is more dominant, which one is the mask, the question of how does his vigilantism impact the city itself, how the people view him, his interaction and relationship with the cops, the nature of his villains. Like, these are the things that matter in Batman. And does his car work? I don't give a shit. Like, that's about as far from mattering as you can possibly get. Val Kilmer was actually a solid Batman. It's not his fault that he had a shitty script to work with. I'm just so amused that of all things could be someone's problem with what is objectively... in my opinion, but I believe objectively arguable to be the best Batman movie that has ever been made. Though I personally was not a fan of Bale's Batman. I think those movies are good. At least two of them are good. I never really liked his Batman very much. Alaric, I would make the argument that the new Robert Pattinson The Batman is the best legitimate Batman movie. As far as being, like, peak mid-90s detective noir Batman. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Nocturnal Miniatures. Never toss a dwarf. Suspension of disbelief should be used sparingly to support important plot premises, not because you couldn't be bothered designing something properly. Come on, nanotanks. Come on, nanotanks. It's so... I guess I'm just amused by this notion. Nocturnal Miniatures, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, folks. I'm getting ready to start painting here, and I'm arguing with people about the Batman. I'm just so flabbergasted by the notion that, like, that the Batmobile matters at all. It's again, it's not even a big part of the movie. It's used in a scene. Singular. And if I'm being totally honest, that's one of the... If I were picking nits and saying the things I don't like about the movie, I would say the whole Batmobile scene, it's just there to be cool. It doesn't really matter that much. You could remove that from the rest of the movie and lose almost nothing. Like, it's just there because they felt like, I guess we gotta do a Batmobile scene. It's neat. It's a lot of fun. But you could trim down the movie by removing it and not lose anything. How many Batman have there been? Way too many. Way too many. Heretic Scott, it is worth it. It is absolutely worth it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. You should watch it. Oh, I added this. I added this to the file pack, which has been sent off to Alex now for release. Actually, this is the old one I originally did. I did this new one that has some better details on it, but I did kind of like a double-length bridge piece so that you can bridge these long gaps like this. I figured instead of having to build a little tower in the middle, this might be nicer for folk. Oh, it won't lock in because I haven't removed the tabs. I was like, why won't this work? So that's something to note. If you do wind up getting these files and printing them, these little tabs here, those are to be clipped out. Those just exist to make printing it easier because these channels are how they lock in. But if you don't have these little tabs here to help you print, then you're trying to print a bunch of individual little squares, and these have a tendency of getting pulled off before they connect. So those get clipped out, and that's why this won't lock down. Oh, Dweghom, come on. You are not at all being fair. That's... Not at all being fair. The vast majority of the movie, 99% of the movie, is clever, well-considered, artfully made, dark, character-driven. Like, it's a good fucking movie. And we're saying we're not gonna watch it because the car doesn't look right. Oh my god, I don't know what to do with you people. Oh, Dweghom. Dweghom, you're getting close to actually insulting me there. Just saying. A lesser man might take offense. Oh, that's right. I changed these. Yeah, that's fair. If you don't care about Batman, then I wouldn't watch a Batman movie, Alaric. I'm a big Batman fan, so I was hyped, and I was not disappointed for the first time in a long time. Yeah, how was The Northman? That's my next big watch. Oh my god, Dweghom. Really, that point? That's one of the better points of the movie. You realize that that was an important point, that he didn't know what that was, right? Because that, combined with the Riddler's misapprehension of the Batman's role in the city, is painting a very clear line between them. It was the class division that separated them. The one couldn't recognize something because it wasn't from his strata of life. He didn't think twice about it, and the other couldn't recognize who the other person was because it never in a million years crossed his mind that someone from a different strata could be so much like him. Oh my god. You know what? No. Nope. I'm not doing it. I'm not getting into this. It's okay. Folks, it's okay. If you don't like good movies, that's your prerogative. But for those of you who are interested, for those of you who were thinking, maybe I'll watch that new Batman movie, maybe it's good, it is. Go watch it. Moving stuff out of the way so I can actually do some airbrushing here. That is nonsense, Sumitha. That is pure garbage. If your metric for a movie like that is, yeah, but like, what did he accomplish? Okay, so the movie isn't good because it had
nuanced character development and interactions and detective work and a cleverly put together plot and lots of overarching meaning and character growth. But what did he really do? Like, what? That's insane. I, for one, was particularly glad that the plot was a lot more narrow and focused and it wasn't about destroying the whole damn city like it always is. Thank you, Hardy. Thank you, Hardy. Dweghom, no spoilers, and technically no, he was not trying to destroy the city. What he did was grand in scale, but you'll note that it played into his metaphor about rats, and the actual event involved killing a large number of people relatively compared to most serial killers, but it was about a very specific group of people in a very specific place. The rest of it was just causing damage. And it only served to facilitate, again, his metaphor about rats. But that's all the spoilers I'm going to get into, because I really enjoyed that. I would do the Batman for movie night. We could do the Batman for movie night. Yeah, and Roland, there are hints in the movie that they could lead future movies in the direction of Court of Owls. They could take it in the direction of introducing Bane. Like, there are a lot of little hints at storylines that they could potentially do. I saw a lot of potential for the Court of Owls myself. I'm not. We're gonna keep out of spoilers. No spoilers, Heretic Scott. And stop it, Dweghom. No spoilers from you. Almost wrapped up that Spire model, Nocturnal. Fuck yeah, dude. That is a really nice model you got your hands on. I'm looking forward to seeing you finish that. And thank you again so much for the raid, man. I hope you had a good stream. Oh my god, Robert Pattinson does so much acting with just his eyes, too. I'm talking about the quality of performances. Better than the Court of Squirrels. I probably did, Hardy. Was it? I'm like, everything about it says that it would be. So I'm not surprised to hear that. That's probably going to be my next big watch that I'm actually excited about. Oh, I need a sheet of paper. Do I have one? No. Crap. Alright, give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Don't really have a palette cam today. I apologize. It's just going to be looking at my airbrush cup. Nice. Parabellum is good people. Please do, Sumitha, and please try to see past the car, because, again, it's one scene in a 3-hour movie. And, like, there are other things that stretch my disbelief way more than that, like Batman's amazing ability to not get concussions from severe blows to the head. But it's a Batman movie, man. You gotta let that go. We passed that conceit decades ago. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So, I guess I'll just start laying down some base colors. Let me just pick a color to get started with. Let's go with just kind of like a green, because that's the first thing that jumped out at me. Nice, sort of drab green, because I'm doing industrial stuff, right? Here I got an olive gray. Ow! I just punched myself in the headphones. Really gonna try not to overcomplicate things tonight because I got a lot of things to put paint down on. Simple paint jobs done simply. Did it, Hardy? That's exciting. We got the wide angle today. I respect your nitpicking for what it is, Dweghom. You'll have to forgive me if I cannot respect the nits themselves, but just the act of picking them. It would be hypocritical of me not to. But as I've said before, I engage in nitpicking a movie knowingly and openly. This is some old paint. It's got a couple of chunks in it. When the movie overall is not very good. Because those are things that can all be forgiven when a film is just quality from the start. The things that don't matter, whatever. When a movie is bad, is boring, has poorly developed characters, and isn't very interesting... Let's start over. This is maybe a little old for what I'm doing. Then I'll pick the nits, because then it gets to be annoying to me. But you gotta focus on the core of the film. Ooh, Hamburg. 251? 251? Why is there one? Why is there one bid in there? Such an odd number. Hamburg, thank you for the biddies so much, man. Thank you for all of your support, Hamburg. No, I just cleaned you, so why are you having issues with me tonight? Just take a look. Well, I'm not going to, Data Nerd. I have a mask here. I'm prepping, and I should be wearing it already, but I'm not, so... I think I just need to give that paint a better shake more than anything. You gotta make sure you prime your lungs so the paint won't stick. It does. Kind of can't see it from that angle. It's the Posh Talon airbrush. How you doing, Law Canoe? Welcome in. Bulldozer, good to see you. Raise, welcome in as well. I do. I do have a mask I should be wearing. Hang on.
Now, let us talk about the future of Gotham City. I am a highly paid Hollywood actor who makes important decisions. The best movie I ever made featured me barely talking. Hello, my friends. Stay a while and listen.
I mean, yeah.
That's what I get for not using this paint for a while. Got a couple of chunks in it that are giving me trouble. Let's give it a little thinning, shall we? It's not a bad idea, Dweghom. Had some thinner. Where did I leave it? I guess I could just use a different paint. No, not that. Why do I have so many paint products? This is ridiculous. I know it's on the shelf. That can help. Why, hello there, Shiny Mew. Good to see you. Should be somewhat improved. Significantly better. Now, Dweghom? That's gonna wait. Stoneless B, thank you for the reminder, though.
What are y'all working on today out there in Twitch land? I normally don't do airbrushing on stream, so pardon me if I'm a little distracted today. Just low density. They're 10% infilled, Wegom. These are all my prototype prints, so they're kind of crappy and have defects in them. I just use them anyway because I don't like to waste material. These aren't even the finished versions of them. Like, these don't have features that the final ones do, but they're good enough for me. How the fuck did that get wrapped around the wheel of my chair? That's ridiculous. Hang on. I didn't roll over it. I would have felt that. Maybe I did and I'm just an idiot. Printed a thing to hold the damn Citadel paint pots open. Oh, that way they'll dry even faster. Oh god, I hate those paint pots so much. Yeah, that's one of those things where people have talked about it for a long time. The PLA recovery and reuse. People have talked about it for a long time, and the actual system that's going to work hasn't really emerged yet. There have been a lot of attempts, but, you know, when it becomes practical, I think it's going to be a great system. It needs to be done on an industrial scale, though. Like, just give us someplace we can send our PLA to where they will recycle it. Doing it at home seems prohibitive. Airbrush isn't making unpleasant sounds on the microphone, is it? I'd sleep to it. Okay, excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Again, I don't ever really airbrush on stream. It's like the first time I've done it in over a year, so. Like your cats. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is attract you. Alright. I think 2 in that color, and then I'll do other colors, because I've got 7 of the big ones. Go peak Twitch streamer, play someone else's content for us to watch. There you go. So something I am thinking about doing. I'll just talk. I'll just talk, and then every now and then I'll find out what you're saying. How about that? Something I am thinking about doing. I realized, as I'm working on some stuff yesterday, like, I've always got something going on while I'm working, just like, I need interaction. I need distraction for my brain to really operate at peak efficiency, which seems counterintuitive, but there it is. I'm almost always watching a show of some kind. And I'm thinking I might start streaming that on my Discord while I'm working. It's not necessarily the sort of thing I would stream on Twitch, because I'm, like, showing actual shows, and obviously I don't like that. But, you know, if y'all felt like hanging out with me some days when I'm working on 3D stuff, and I'm watching like episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation, which is 9 times out of 10 what I'm watching, I think I might start running some of those on the Discord during the week. So if you see me down in like a working channel running some streams and you want to pop in, I gotta figure out a way to run 2 instances of Discord so that I can stream simultaneously my work screen and whatever it is I'm watching. But yeah, we can do some of that. And again, if you're interested in hanging out and watching with me, you're more than welcome to. Because I've seen TNG so many times that I don't need to look at it. It's just on, and I know what episode it is, and I know the ones that I like. I know the ones that I want to skip. But I like talking to people about it. I like watching it with folks, so we could watch it, we could talk about it. For those of you who haven't seen The Next Generation all the way through, I think it could be an enlightening experience as to what television has the potential to be, but never will be again. Merlin, that's just bad timing. I haven't talked about Star Trek all night. Come on. Give me a break, man. Alright, let's use up the rest of this paint and some of these. I'm just gonna pick random crates to do in this color. Yeah, and I'm really not concerned with these paint jobs being good. I just need a bunch of them painted any color at all, for God's sake. Any color will do. When am I going to go back to the one true scale? I make shit for 6mm all the time. And many would argue that 28mm is the one true scale. I don't agree with them, I'm just saying that many would argue that. You know, I can't do audiobooks, Desert Owl. I don't, think they're bad or think people shouldn't listen to them. Obviously, people enjoy them. They're like a whole industry, but, I've tried listening to audiobooks, even books that I know I enjoy. And, I don't know. They do nothing for me. I like to just read, you know? That is when I'm being literate and not a total buffoon. I'm always being a little bit of a buffoon. 28mm Battletech, please. Well, Canoe, you're talking about something that I realized. I've got the trailer for the truck that goes with this set. It's the right size to put a 28mm scale Battle Mac on lying down as if in a salvage mode, and that's something that I'm gonna have to do after this set. As soon as I scaled it and did that in 3D and rendered it, I was like, yep, gonna have to do that. So, keep an eye out. Since most of the mechs I have are not designs that are owned by me, those ones at least will get released for free. The ones that I do have proprietorship of, well, those I might make available for a couple of dollars. Roland, get you some sleep, man. No reason to... Don't put yourself out staying up watching Twitch. You maniac. Go to bed. It's always good to see you, Roland. Stay a while and listen. I can't even read that without hearing Deckard Cain's voice. Deckard Bane. That is the worst. The worst. Ugh. Wasn't Battle Troops essentially 28mm Battletech without the mechs? Was that what it was? I don't think I ever really looked at Battle Troops. But yeah, like some broken down mechs to use as terrain so that you can set up a board that looks like you're salvaging something. I'm totally on board for that. Absolutely on board. And that was really just because I had previously scaled the Ballastro down to 6mm and realized what size it was. I was like, well, what if I do it the opposite way? What if I take a mech and bump it up to 28mm? And they're not as big as you might think, honestly. I think a lot of people kind of overscale mechs in their minds. Forgetting that most of the head cockpits that people sit in are like just large enough for one person to sit in. By the way, this is some shitty slapdash airbrushing, so don't watch this thinking like, oh, think I'm trying to pass this off as some sort of master class. This is I got a bunch of stuff that need to be a color. Let's do it. I like how 6mm mechs are the same size as 28mm people. It does work out nicely that way, doesn't it? They're a little bit larger on average. Battle mechs are, in scale, physically a little bit larger than in scale 28mm people. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I got a chunk down in there now. Better. Sometimes you just gotta work it out a little bit. My printers have been real sloppy lately too, so I've got lots of little printing errors, but I make all my details so that you really, like, these are no cleanup. These are just like, I printed them, I spray painted them, and now we're airbrushing them. Oh, Merlin, you caught me. You caught me slouching, buddy. In the literature, mech warriors are stated to only be wearing boots, shorts, a cooling vest, and the Nero helmet. Then people draw them. They're fully decked out in clothing. Well, yes, there are many discrepancies, Rays, and many eras of BattleTech have different looks based on what the fans preferred at any given time. I wouldn't put too much thought into it. The stripped down and just cooling vests and shorts look kind of went out of fashion a while ago. That, and I'll be the first to admit that a lot of BattleTech fan art back in the day took that as an excuse to just draw all women as mostly naked. Yeah, please do, Dwegcom, get some sleep. For God's sake, man. You take it easy. Like, go look at art of the Black Widow at any point over the course of BattleTech's history, and they're like... They're terrible. They're awful. But it makes sense, you guys. She would just be wearing a Nero helmet and panties. Duh. I like pinup art as much as the next guy, but come on. It gets ridiculous at a certain point. No, you're right. It's not just the art. It's, you know, it's... You have to consider where it came from. It makes a certain amount of sense. Consider the demographics. But then, like, I think Kamea Arano in the HBS Battletech game was a great portrayal of a female character in the Battletech universe. She was so unsexualized, it was almost aggressive. Absolutely, Merlin. Yeah, I'm trying to get all the U.S. The U.S. addresses shipped out, so we'll work something out. I haven't seen that one, Cookie Mama. I believe it, though. That shit's ridiculous. I didn't find it. I say almost aggressive. I don't really think it was. I think it was just she was well characterized, and the fact that she was a woman was pretty unimportant to her character overall, except insofar as, like, you know, how her titles were used. I agree, Sumitha. She was, and she, God, I liked how she has the very distinct sort of, like, Pacific Islander look to her bone structure and her skin tone, and then I appreciate all the scars that she acquired over the course of the game. She's been out there fighting. I'm just saying, you play that game, and it's not like anybody looked at Lord Madeira and was like, but why isn't he in a thong? Like, that and what's her name? Her cousin? The Espinosa cousin? I don't remember her name. I should, but I don't. What was her cousin's name? The one with the white hair. Who was just a huge bitch. Victoria Espinosa, thank you. Now she was fine. Huge bitch, though. It's hard to be too, like, emotionally invested in Victoria Espinosa when she was all like, here I am in my catapult K2. Fuck you. I'm gonna blow you up and torture your family. Like, oh no. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, she was like a psychopath, unfortunately. You make the argument that, you know, she was subjected to a very particular and curated drip of information, but even with that being known, she was a fucking lunatic. Executing war crimes against the Taurian Concordat. All of her mech choices were kind of like that, though. She was a Catapult K2 and a King Crab. And those are just, like, heavy-hitting Alpha Strikers and pray you kill them in the first shot mechs. Oh, Valfera, what is artistic interpretation anyway? of these sets. In this green, I think. How you doing, Velfera? It's not the most exciting painting we're doing tonight. I got terrain. I got terrain, need some, any color at all on it. So that's what we're doing. I guess I can do 2 like that pretty easily. Oh, I agree, Automat. I always like that detail about the lore of BattleTech, and it's something that I feel like they kind of borrowed from Fang of the Sun Dougram. Because in Fang of the Sun Dougram, it's not an issue with the heat of the mechs, it's just that Deloyer is hot and fucking dry. And all the heroes wind up wearing these really stripped down, like, onesies that show a whole lot of skin just because they're living in the fucking desert. Which, arguably, they should wear more clothing because they live in the desert, but it's an anime from, 1981. Deal with it. Oh, I agree, Sumatha. Some of my favorite female character writing was in Dread for Judge Anderson. I thought she was great. I very specifically made these crates, these cage crates, come apart into multiple pieces so you could paint them independently. And I'm glad I did. I really used up all the green, and I'd like to use more of it. What else could I do in green? We could do some of the tanks in green. There's nothing stopping me from doing that, I suppose. Plankwalker, good to see you. Yeah, I don't know the truth of it either, Sumit. There's a lot of things out there, because 3D printing is still very much the Wild West. There are a lot of files out there, like those king crabs on is it Gambody? Gamebody? I always see Gambody. Where it's like, it's a question of enforcement, I think. How easy is it to get it removed? Does Topps even know about it? Do they care? Like, I don't know. I know they did the Grand Purge on Thingiverse a while back, but who even knows how that went down behind the scenes? It's hard to tell. I can't imagine that King Crab is legal, since those were the specific stipulations of the use of those files, is that they just weren't, there was no profit made on them. Or maybe technically those are original files that are based on the designs and somehow that's legal. I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, itchy nose. Oh, you've jinxed it now, Desert Owl. Don't be crazy. We'll clean out and then get ourselves some red going. I know I'm going to want to use some red. I'm going to be using like a blue on most of them, so I'm kind of holding on to that. Oh, I should have done the ends of the crates. Oh well, doesn't matter. They're well done models, but I don't know. Maybe Topps doesn't feel as threatened by them because they're designed to be printed as big statues and they don't make big statues. I feel like they probably feel more threatened by the ones that are designed to be printed at 6mm scale because those are direct replacements for products that they sell. Which is an important distinction. That's something I always bear in mind when I'm making products for games. I don't release to the public anything that I make that is like, this is a replacement for something you should buy from the company. If I make things like that, it's almost always for myself, and I keep it there. And if you're one of the small handful of people who know that I'm lying about that, well, the fact that it's a small handful of people says I'm not lying that much. Alright, I need a red. And the red I'm thinking of... Why not try out these Spectralite acrylics? Haven't put these through an airbrush in a while. I wonder what they look like on this. Knows what? I have no idea what you're talking about. I say things all the time. Come on. Use the, like the Tucker Carlson defense, you know? No reasonable person would think that I'm telling the truth based on how often I lie. Let's try putting some of this through. I haven't used the Spectralites in a while, and I should. I did buy them. Woo! Oh, that is definitely red. Let's see how they look. Oh, that'll work nicely. Spectralites even work better with the pre-shade. And they're nice and thin. Perfect. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I didn't mean to bring up a politically divisive figure. Please ignore me. Let's not talk about it. Breaking my own rules. That's not what this stream is for. Let's not do that. Those inks are actual paint. They're actual paint. They are really, really lightweight, high pigment acrylics. I don't think they're technically an ink.
They are these Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite liquid acrylics. They go great through an airbrush. And they're very vivid. It's Dr. Martin, but not Dr. Martin's boots, importantly. They come with their own dropper inside the cap. Ah, some dangerous red barrels in true Doom fashion. Actually, that's a lie. In Doom, they were gray barrels with glowing green shit inside of them. They would have been red barrels in what? Duke Nukem had red barrels exploding, didn't they? What were the explosive barrels in Duke Nukem 3D? Sewer Creature, good to see you. Can I take from this that you will inevitably be making some kind of horrible pelican monster in pixel art? Were you inspired by an encounter with a pelican? Absolutely. Fantastic. Oh, these are great. I've been using them for a while. So, the whole contrast painting method, I'm not going to stand here and be like, I invented it, because I didn't. People have been doing that for a long time. But I was doing something very similar to that before contrast paints came out. I was doing value sketches and then glazes of color. And the Spectralites were something I started using for that purpose because they are so light and so vibrant. And the real trick with doing that sort of glaze paint method is it gets really easily desaturated because you're just putting a color over white. So you need something very, very vibrant, which is part of why I like the new AP Speed paints, is because they have a lot of that vibrancy. Whereas the contrast paints, in my experience, don't. That hyper saturation is what they really need. They also dry very, very glossy, which can be a problem. You do have to sort of matte them down after the fact. GoldenEye had red exploding barrels. Thank you, Desert. I knew it was something. Heard good stuff about Army Painter lately. Might have to try them out. Before they were the joke of painting. Always heard don't use them. Their metallics are good. Their standard paint line is hit or miss, which is a huge problem, but I have been thoroughly enjoying their speed paints. This was a 15-minute paint job, which of course I'm zoomed way out, but you can see these guys on my Instagram. 15 minutes per model. I did a whole team. We're going to be doing more like this. Let me see. The blood red that's in the starter set did this mech in a single coat. Is it going to win any awards? No. Is it a pretty goddamn good looking red mech? I'd say so. I like it a lot better than the contrast line. But that's just it, Sumatha. They weren't red in the original Doom. In the original Doom, they were gray barrels with green goo in them. But if they don't have green goo, I guess they have to be red to let you know that they will explode. I just said that a minute ago, too, because I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh, yeah, red exploding barrels like Doom. And then I was like, no, it was the green goo that exploded. Now, in fairness, it's been a long time since I've played any of the original Doom games. But some things you can never forget.
There might have been red exploding barrels in the new Doom game. I can't remember. I haven't played that one in probably a year or so. I say new, I mean Doom 2016, not Doom Eternal, which I was not a fan of. You know what the thing about a pelican is, sewer creature? They got black eyes. Lifeless eyes, like a doll's eyes. Don't seem to be living at all. Till they peck ya. And the eyes roll over white. There ain't nothing but the screaming and the hollering and the... Oh, wait. Hold up. That's not pelicans. That's something else. I can't remember what that is. That's something else. It's not pelicans, though. I'm thinking... See how careful I can be. Riot Sister, welcome in.
Hello there.
There are better ways to do this, like with masking tape, which I have. But we're doing quick, we're doing easy, we're doing lazy. Good to see you, Manro Fasal. Welcome in. Yeah, pelicans are less generally loathed than seagulls. But just remember, it's bad luck to kill a seabird. Speaking of Robert Pattinson movies, have you seen The Batman? Did you know that Robert Pattinson is the Batman, the Twilight guy? There's one of those movie rumors going around that, you know, God knows how true it is, so take it with a grain of salt. I think it's mostly just for funsies. That they told Pattinson to get, like, super jacked to play Batman. And first he said no, and then they were like, you have to. And he said, okay, well, give me, you know, X number of weeks before production and I'll do it. And they did, and he just didn't do it. That's one of those rumors where I don't care if it's true. It's funny, and I hope it's true. This is just a fun story. That was the most human that Batman has ever been. Don't tell Sumitha that though, because Sumitha doesn't care about the humans. Sumitha just lusts after the cars. And if the cars aren't right, well, then the whole movie can just get fucked, apparently.
And yes, I'm gonna pick on you over that, Sumitha. Oh yeah, I'm gonna twist your words. It's gonna be bad. You were using the phrase, hatred of 1,000 suns, so don't come at me with your rejection of hyperbole now, sir. The shoe is on the other foot, so to speak. I will say one thing that I thought was not really a negative about the movie, but about the Batman, and this isn't spoiler territory at all. Colin Farrell's performance as the Penguin is top-notch. Mwah, it's wonderful. I don't know why they put so many prosthetics on his face that he is completely unrecognizable as Colin Farrell. I do not know why they did that. It's strange. It's totally unnecessary. It doesn't add anything to the movie. Like, it should have just been Colin Farrell with some scars and maybe a fat neck. Because he was great. If anything, I was thrown by the fact that his entire face was replaced with someone else's face. Strange choice. And I usually feel like I can understand choices like that. Like, you can see, you know, what the producer's angle was with requesting it, but that one, I have no idea. Particularly considering that Matt Reeves is doing an HBO series with Colin Farrell as the Penguin, and it's like, really? You're gonna do a series and you're gonna make him put that shit on every single time? It's crazy. You know what? DeVito can be your favorite Penguin. I'll allow that. That's fine. I'm a Burgess Meredith guy myself. Oh, can you trust him? He won't even show his face. Alright, we're getting closer with this one. Simple paint schemes. I mean, that's because Danny DeVito is fucking awesome. There are worse saviors in this world to pick than Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito will never let you down because he never pretends to be more than he is. And he will offer you a nice egg in these trying times. Did I see Natalie Jackman? Who's... What? What? Are there pictures of Natalie Portman being jacked? Is that what I'm to take from this? Is this like new... Yeah, I was gonna imagine this is probably new marketing material for the upcoming Thor movie, right? That's weird. I mean, I guess I'm interested in that. I don't know, I'm really burnt out on Marvel movies. And shows. All it took for me to realize that I didn't give a shit about watching Moon Knight was my Disney Plus membership to lapse. And I was like, oh, I should start it up to watch the next... Nah, never mind. Pass. It's not even a bad show. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, Moon Knight's stupid. It's a perfectly fine show from what I saw. I was even enjoying it. don't care. I think Ethan Hawke was doing a good job in it. I think that good old Oscar has been getting a chance to really kind of stretch his acting chops in it, do a lot of fun stuff, and I'm just like, whatever. Look, I get it, okay? I know what's gonna happen. He's gonna fight a villain with very similar powers to his own. He's gonna fight a bunch of invisible Anubis jackals or fucking whatever. Maybe it'll be like an Egyptian crocodile beast. And he'll save the day, and we'll get set up for a season 2, and they'll tease some, the last episode will be a commercial for another show that they're gonna come out with in the near future, and yeah. I guess that's the trouble with doing literally the same thing every single time you make a show. So I liked about the Batman. It's a fucking crime noir thriller. We haven't gotten that properly out of a Batman movie yet. That's what I want from my Batman. I agree with that, Happy Heretic. WandaVision had a rough couple episodes for me in the beginning. And then it got really good, and then the last episode was just like, oh, never mind, it's Marvel. Now they're gonna fly around and shoot beams at each other. Like, what? Really? That's where we're going with this? Okay. I have to feel like that's like high up producer meddling, because it's like they all have to fit exactly the same formula. I, enjoyed Falcon and the Winter Soldier while I was watching it, and then as soon as it was over, I completely forgot what happened. I'll tell you what I am watching and I'm excited about, though. Britannia. Is anybody out there watching Britannia? Am I the only person? I can't be, because it keeps getting renewed. It's so good. Now, Mr. Knight is in the show, Gimishkar. They have shown Mr. Knight. They had at least one significant scene with Mr. Knight in the second episode, but I haven't watched past that. You're probably better off, Raze. It's not worth the effort. He's not because Mr. Knight was a detective, wasn't he? I'm not well versed in Moon Knight. I have limited knowledge of his comic runs. So forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I thought Moon Knight was Mr. Knight was his detective persona. And he was like a dapper gent. I just watch anime. You're probably better off. These are the horrors we subject ourselves to. Honestly, Raze, that's me the majority of the time. I was just saying, I'm going to be doing some more streams during the week on my Discord when I'm just kind of idly working and not all that engaged. And I'm just going to be streaming, what I'm working on and whatever I'm watching, if you guys want to hang out. And I'm going to tell you 99.9% of the time, it's going to be Star Trek The Next Generation or Star Trek Deep Space Nine. One of the two. It'll be other things periodically, but 99.9% of the time, it's gonna be Star Trek The Next Generation. Oh my god! Ignore that. We celebrated 2K followers. I forgot to turn that off. Whoopsies. I'm such a good streamer, you guys. I'm so professional. Kinda hurts.
Alright, these Spectralites are actually, like, really great for this, and I'm gonna use them for all my terrain. Oh my god, and the bot isn't even working? Oh, those are two commands that, yeah, no, that won't work. I did turn the giveaway off, Kursala, at the very least. Oh god! And then I turned my lights off. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, Raze. Raze.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Do I have to get the helmet, dude? Are you gonna make me get the helmet, bro? Is that something we have to do? Like right now? It's inconvenient. It's on a back shelf, man. I just... Alright, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me just use up my red. So it's not sitting here and drying in the cup, okay? Let me give you the too long, didn't listen version of what I'm gonna say, though. Go watch Dread immediately! Holy shit, dude! It's so fucking good. It's so good. Oh... my head is almost certainly way too big for it, Sumitha. I have a gigantic cranium. It is literally what it is in my top 5 movies ever, and I consider myself a cinephile. Dredd is beautifully crafted cinema. Even if you're not that sold on the story of Mega City 1 and Judge Dredd, it's just a fucking good movie. It is so tightly written and directed, and that is almost entirely Alex Garland. A more broader contention would be go watch more Alex Garland movies. Watch Dredd, watch Ex Machina, watch Annihilation. Go watch 28 Days Later again. For God's sake, consume more Alex Garland. He's one of the greatest filmmakers of our generation. And not spoken about anywhere near enough. "28 Days Later" is amazing. They shot that shit entirely on like little handheld handycams in the early 2000s, which is why it's still got that just nasty low-res quality to it. Like, it literally cannot be remastered because there is no master. It's a movie that is going to live in the niche that it carved out for itself forever, and there's something really cool about that. Hold on, did anyone watch what? I missed that conversation. What show are you talking about, Riot Sister? That had good episodes peppered in, I'm curious. Seriously though, Britannia. It's an Epix show. If you've got like Amazon Prime and you get a little, subscription to the Epix channel, you can watch... Oh, What If? I haven't watched any of that. But you can watch Britannia if you've got the little Epix subscription on Amazon. It is so worth it. That show is great. The 3rd season is currently coming out, so if you grab 1 month, you can watch the 1st and 2nd seasons right in a row and then catch up on season 3. It's fantastic. It's a pseudo-historical drama set in the year, I want to say it's like 48 AD. It's not even that long. It's like within 20 years of the death of Christ.
And it's the Roman legions coming to the Isle of Britannia. And it is so much fun. I've been rewatching seasons 1 and 2 lately to get caught back up for season 3, and I'm just like, I love this show. It's so much fun. There's like a whole episode set in a single village with these characters in different huts that don't know they're there, all going through these little circumstances. And one of them is 2 Roman soldiers who find like a witch doctor's hut, and they just start taking the drugs. They don't know what they are, so they just start lighting them on fire and inhaling the smoke and drinking things out of bottles, and they're like, oh, what does this one do? And they just drink it and go for it. And just having these really deep existential conversations, and then just kind of flicking each other in the face and just being high out of their minds for the first time in their lives. And it's such a wonderful episode. They have this whole brilliant conversation about how they have a god of boots that they pray to so that their laces don't fray, so that their souls don't give out. And they're like, but we've invaded all these lands, and the Egyptians, they have all these gods, but they don't have a god of boots. So who do they pray to keep their boots together? Now, I fought Egyptians. Their boots, they come apart as much as anybody else's, but it's not like their boots are exploding off their feet. So is our god of boots helping them? And then he eventually just comes around to, or is it all just bullshit? Maybe they're just boots. It's wonderful. And I think immediately after this revelation, they just forget that they even had that conversation. Similarly, there's actually some great scenes with the Roman prefect or general talking to local tribal leaders, trying to explain to them how they can implement Roman gods into their pantheon. And he's like, look, it's just calling them by a different name. They're basically the same gods. Who's the king of your gods? And he describes them, and he's like, well, that sounds, like a lot like Vulcan. So you could just call him Vulcan, and there'd be no difference, and then you pay your taxes, and you're part of the Roman Empire. The guy's like, no, that's not, we can't, our god is mighty. And then he just gets super fucking threatening, like he's about to kill this guy. And then it finally gets him to agree to just be like, praise Vulcan. And he's like, oh, look, now that's not so hard, right? See, it's the same thing. You felt the same thing when you prayed to him. It's so very Roman. It's pay the taxes, use the right names for the gods. Congratulations, you're part of the empire. I think that's probably good. How's the Autolock airbrush treating you? I haven't used it as much. I've been using my regular airbrush more lately, but when I do use it, it's nice. I'll often use it when I don't feel like going through the process of changing what's in my cup. Not using it as much today. We're being real sloppy today. But I got a lot of terrain to paint. And I really just want to play on it, so. Reacher on Amazon Prime. I've heard good things about Reacher. I haven't watched it myself. It's my understanding that, because Reacher's a book series, isn't it? I remember when Tom Cruise played Jack Reacher, people had a lot of complaints about it, and were like, I don't know any better, I just think the movie was dumb. But I've heard much better things about the show. Oh, sewer creature. Thank you. Caught me slouching. Those are some good movies, to be fair, Trotsky. I don't know about Fury Road. I disagree with you on Fury Road, but then I am apparently a giant contrarian asshole when it comes to Fury Road, so... I did not like that movie very much. I won't say that it was a bad movie, because I think that I know what a bad movie is, and that's not it. It's just that I didn't enjoy it. I have used almost none of this, by the way. Like, I've used like a few drops for all this red that I've put down. It's crazy. The main character, I can't remember the actor's name. That was Tom Hardy playing Max in that one. I thought that Tom Hardy's performance as Max in Mad Max, as Max Rokitansky, that was like the best part of the movie, for me. I thought that his use was great. He was just kind of like our eyes in that world, and he didn't really interact with things that much. He was just sort of our window into, what's going on. And I thought that was a good use for him. I'm using the Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralite acrylics. The truth is that, what's his name? George Miller, who did all those movies, he just always wanted to make, like, you know, there's no real deeper meaning to any of Mad Max. As much as I like the first movie and how bleak and depressing it is, that was sort of incidental. All he ever wanted to make was the car chases. And you can tell because in the 90s he did a television show, and it was just the car chases. It didn't do very well. And then he got the opportunity to do Fury Road, and it was just the car chases. That was the whole fucking movie. Which is fine. But I was interested in other things than the car chases, which I think sets me apart from most people who were fans of the original movies. Most people just got from that, cars blowing up cars, fuck yeah, which is cool. It is. But I think I've described the Rover before as sort of what you get if you take the first movie, Mad Max, and you divide it right down the middle between, like, depressing post-apocalyptic shit and holy shit, cars are cool. You go to holy shit, cars are cool, you get the rest of the series. You go depressing apocalypse, and you get the Rover. Fury Road, ooh. Let's not do that. Can we not do that? Oh god. What a lovely day. I really only used like 3 drops for all that. I'm gonna put another drop in here because I need to finish. 2 drops. Put 2 drops in. He just wants people to go to Australia and blow up cars. That does genuinely seem to be his primary interest, just in life. People just lost their minds over Fury Road, and I don't know, as I'm watching it, I was thinking there were so many missed opportunities to do really cool things. And then people started talking about how it was like this brilliant character piece, and I'm like, did we watch the same fucking movie? Like, it was pretty much just car go fast, car blow up, and nothing about it made any sense, which is fine. What's cool is fighting aliens with a World War II battleship. You know what? I watched that movie, Raze. Battleship, I watched it. I'm gonna tell you something. It's not as shitty as you think it is. It's shitty. But it's not as shitty as you think it is. It's relatively watchable, and I was shocked to discover that. Yeah, it was super dumb. But it's like, it didn't pretend to be anything other than super dumb. It knew what it was, and it did what it was going to do in the best possible way. And it you know, beat off veterans with both hands while it was doing it, and it was fine. It was fine. I've paid more money to watch much dumber things. Yeah, there was a joke in there I'm trying to remember towards the end, where, because he was dealing with, like, the Japanese who had come over for the war games. He does something there at the end, and he's like, oh yeah, that's the art of war, and the guy was like, that's not what that means. He's like, wait, what, it isn't? I don't remember what he said, though. I just remember at the time, I was like, ah, that's actually kind of funny. Like, he just risked the fate of the world on a complete and total misapprehension of a phrase that the other guy had used earlier in the movie. Thinking he was being clever, but in fact misunderstanding completely. The joke's not as funny when I just explain what the mechanics of it were and don't remember what the joke was. I realize that. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Know your enemy and meet them where they are. And he's like, yeah, you know, I used that thing you said to me earlier. And he's like, that's not what that means. But don't get confused and don't run off to Twitter to tell all the Twitter trolls that Thunderhead says Battleship was a good movie. It's not. It's a terrible movie. It's just not as dumb as you think it is. The fucking chicken burrito scene? That was weird. I remember it, I suppose. Don't know exactly what that says. It was funny watching him get just like the shit tased out of him while he's trying to pass off a burrito. Dude! Happy Heretic! Thank you! Thank you! I genuinely really enjoyed Battle Los Angeles, and it got so fucking panned. And it's another one where it's like, is it a great movie? No. But it was so much fun! It's just a solid, like, alien invasion military action movie. I loved the nature of the aliens, too. Like, they don't tell you... You never learn, essentially, anything about the aliens over the course of the movie. They're just there and they gotta fight them. But they're like... You learn little things. But they're like these weird cybernetic slave drones, and if you look at their bodies, it's clear that, like, they were aquatic or something, because they have, like, tentacle legs. But the tentacle legs are all wrapped up and bound up and replaced with these mechanical legs so they can walk on Earth. Their ships are like these weird, janky internal combustion ships. Yeah, they told you nothing about the aliens. It's just like, here they are, they're killing us, oh my god. It's... that, and it has one of the most realistic scenes in any military office I've ever seen in a movie in the beginning. When he's talking about, like, going on his retirement. I remember watching it the first time, and you look in the background at, like, the Master Gunnery Sergeant's office, and the shelf is nothing but these perfectly organized SOP binders. And I'm like, ooh, that's a little too real for me, man. Did he really? I might have to watch that to square. I really enjoyed Battle Los Angeles. I will periodically rewatch that one. Also, Aaron Eckhart, one of the greatest rifle-to-pistol transitions I've ever seen recorded. There's just one scene when he's firing with his rifle, runs out of ammunition, and he just smooth drops, pulls, and he's right into using his handgun, and it's just like, oh, it's like butter. It's amazing. Good on Aaron Eckhart for learning how to do that. I think he realized, like, the movie has no content, so that sort of thing does matter. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing, man? We're being pretty boring today. We're just airbrushing terrain pieces. Poorly, but relatively quickly. I might add more details to these later, but for now, I'm just putting down colors. Yeah, I remember hearing that, Manro Fasal, that they were working on, like, you know, Battle New York or whatever. No. Aaron Eckhart is not Thomas Jane. They look very similar, but they're different people. That is right. He played Two-Face in the Batman movies that no longer reign supreme in my mind. They never really did. I wasn't ever really that big a fan of the Nolan Batman movies. They're good movies. I just didn't... They weren't for me. I always try to draw that distinction, by the way, guys, whenever I don't like a movie, because I know it's easy to just go, I don't like that movie because it's stupid. I don't like that movie because it sucks. That's very rarely true. I know what a bad movie is, and those of you who have joined me for some of our movie nights to enjoy the cinematic stylings of the great Neil Breen also know what a bad movie is. So I'm very hesitant to claim a movie as bad unless I can really point to something in it that makes it genuinely bad. Damn it, I'm still using red here, but I need to, so let's keep going. Hey, Eckhart! Think about the future! That stupid look on his face before he shoots him. What? You ain't got no future, Jack. Yeah, Predators had problems, but it was like, I think in the wake of all the other Predator movies, I have to look at Predators and go, at least it was doing something different. I think it's a fine movie on its own. I think the weakest part of Predators is the logic of the kid from that 70s show. The logic of his character. Like, that didn't make any sense to me. I get the premise that they're like, oh, I'm a predator and that's why they brought me here. But I'm like, that's not the kind of predator we're talking about. I can't see how the predators, these aliens who hunt based on combat prowess, would look at a serial killer and go, yeah, we want to fight him. Like, that's a completely different sort of predator. That's not the kind of thing they would put any value in hunting. Again, I understand the logic, I just think it's weird. And then his little bullshit about, like, I like it here, I want to stay here. I'm like, dude, you will die immediately. What are you talking about? There's nothing in this place that you should like. You should like a safe environment where people are at ease so that you can sneak up on them and murder them and then go back to your life of comfort, because that's how serial killers work. You're not some jungle fighter. That doesn't make any sense. But I'll watch that whole movie just for the scene where a predator and a Yakuza guy face off like samurai in the tall grass, so. Oh god, it's a fantastic movie. It's a fantastic movie. Yeah, Predator is an all-time favorite, and probably always will be. Even the follow-up sequels that sucked didn't do anything to really besmirch its name, and I don't like Predator 2. I thought Predator 2 was weird. I think there are individual scenes and individual elements of Predator 2 that are kinda neat, but the movie overall is goofy. And I say this as someone who generally will like a movie just because Bill Paxton's in it. That one still doesn't get me. I'm missing a piece here. I have no idea where it is. I'm just going to move on. If I find it later, I'll do it. I want to get some more done before the storm report. We will probably... I'm going to say right now we're probably going to start the storm report late just because I started the stream late, and I'm really trying to get shit done here. Automat, you have a great night, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and I look forward to seeing what you got. Yeah, it's in the subway car, right? Want some candy? And he's just like, what the fuck? I mean, Bill Paxton is great in everything that he does, but even he couldn't save that movie. Not for me, anyway. I've got a nautical blue here, which is, oh, it's so deep. We're in some real pretty shit now, man. Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? Game over, man. Game over. These things are gonna come in here, they're gonna come in here and they're gonna kill us. Has anyone here seen Near Dark? The vampire movie that basically stars the cast of Aliens like a year after they did Aliens? If anyone has, I'm gonna bet it's Roland, but I don't think he's here anymore. You know what always gets me about that, Happy Heretic? Not Gary Busey being in the movie, that's fine, even though he's a nut job. The scene where Gary Busey dies in Predator 2, even as a kid, I always thought it was weird. The Predator throws the disc, and it goes chop, 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 chop. You know, it cuts through all those, like, the hanging meat, and it hits him, and his legs fall, and then a bunch of blood pours out, and the top half of his body is nowhere to be seen. And I was always thinking, like, in my head, I was picturing him, like, the upper half of his body, like, holding on to a meat hook, like, trying to survive. Like, going around, like, on monkey bars or something. Like, I don't know. It was just so strange. I'm gonna try desaturating this blue just a touch. I have this nautical blue, and it is blue. Holy hell. I'm gonna try putting a little black in it. Gonna get a nice blue-black going. It's all very dark, but it's highly pigmented and very transparent. Or do you mean what I was saying about Gary Busey? I suppose that's possible. Let's try this. Try it out on some of the crate barricades to start. See how it looks. Now the black really overpowered a lot of what was going on there. It was only very faintly blue. I think a touch more blue. Okay, that, yeah. Like, it's dark, but it involves Gary Busey, so it's also inherently comedic. Because after that scene, he dies, and he goes to heaven, and then God sends him back to Earth as a dog to redeem himself. Did you know that Quigley was a sequel to Predator 2? If not, then you learned something here today. Film class in high school where the professor gave us his production journal he wrote when he produced the movie with Gary Busey and Willie Nelson. Half of it was about Gary Busey being a freaking weirdo, and the other half was him wondering how Willie Nelson was able to smoke so much and live. I imagine that's an interesting pair to deal with, based on everything that I've read and heard. On the set of Quigley, somewhat famously, Gary Busey complained about the set decoration for a set that was meant to be in heaven. Because when he got in his car accident, he claims that he went to and saw heaven, and the set that represented heaven was not accurate, so he wanted to decorate it himself. Now, in fairness, that's probably a mean one to laugh at, because that's probably just, like, straight-up mental illness. The black really overpowered this blue. I don't want it quite that dark. Try a little bit of our raw nautical blue in there. Neil Breen 2.0. No, Breen doesn't have the excuse of head trauma. That's just who Neil Breen is. At least I don't think he does. If he does, he hasn't publicized it, so... If it turns out that Neil Breen has undiagnosed head trauma, I'm gonna feel a little bit bad for poking fun at the man the way I have. But in fairness, I also give him a lot of money, so it can't be that bad. Hey, what's up, Supernaut? How you doing? Well, you know, the matrix of leadership could be inside. I will neither confirm nor deny this. What about the Allspark? What about the Allspark? Where's Annie? Yeah, that blue might have been a little aggressive for these. I might give that a black watch to tone that down. It's very blue. I'll get it figured out. I have not seen Tenet. I have not, in fact, seen Tenet. It seems crazy to me. I don't know. I wasn't really that interested in it, but maybe I'll watch it at some point. Whenever it's like, you know, on one of my streaming services and I'm bored, I'll probably give it a watch. The Nolans, they make good movies, but it's also like once you've seen one, you kind of get the idea. Wait, Pattinson's in Tenet? Is that true? How did I not know that? I pay attention to what Robert Pattinson's doing, generally. Okay, I guess I gotta watch it now. See, that's all the convincing it took. And let me just say, if there's anybody out there who's still in the camp of thinking of Robert Pattinson as being the guy from Twilight, please go watch The Rover, Good Time, and The Lighthouse. Please. Robert Pattinson hauled off and became a genuinely great fucking actor. Probably while you weren't paying attention. Which is fine, but you gotta give him a chance, because he's serious. Ye dog, Winslow! You don't like me lobster? If I had a steak, oh boy, a rare, bloody steak, I'd fuck it. No! Fuck you, Square! I have watched High Life, you son of a bitch! You know damn well that I've watched High Life. Fuck that movie. God damn. Enjoy it, Kaylee. Enjoy it. It's a great fucking movie. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. I hope to see you again Thursday. Wait, what's busted, Shiny Mew? I think the Tenet falls firmly into the norm for Nolan. Interesting idea. Had no clear idea of how to execute when listened to anybody. Yeah, that's kind of how his movies always go. He's got some really, really interesting idea, but he doesn't have a conclusion of the idea. He doesn't have, like, an end message that the idea is getting to. It's just, wouldn't it be crazy if? And he sort of meanders his way to something that resembles an ending. This is not necessarily bad, but it does make it less interesting after you've seen a number of his films. Did it really? Have we not had any sound effects tonight? Is the bot not working? I thought it was. Oh, I think that's the wrong command. What is the off-camera? There it is.
Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
There's another one, though. There's another one, Riot Sister. I don't remember. I think it's just the wrong command you used, Mew. There it is. It was used recently. Someone must be airbrushing. Yeah, it's the truth. I am. I normally don't, but I got a lot of paint to put down, so we've been just steadily putting bright colors down. Bear in mind, I'm going to do a dry brush over most of these colors, so I'm just using them as a base. Airbrush, dry brush, anything more complex than that, and I'm not doing it for terrain. Tell you what. Tell you what. Oh, I'm using my Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralite acrylics tonight, PDF. They go really, really nice through an airbrush, and they're fantastic over a, like a pre-shade coat. We're just doing simple colors. They go through an airbrush really nice. Just like a few drops is all you need for quite a lot of painting. Which is good, because we're doing quite a lot of painting. Oh, shit, I meant to do some of these in red. Oh, well. Let's get to it. Let's do it. I got a little bit of time left. We are going to start the storm report a little bit late, but that is planned, which somehow makes it better, presumably. Let me do a little bit of red, and then I'm going to stand up, stretch my legs, and I'll come back and we'll do the storm report. How about that? What do you use for my zenithal highlights? I just use primer. I use my Stynel Res primer. Black followed by white. Yo, 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 what's up, Okoro? How you doing, man? Because you can't do shipping containers without some of them being red. That's just, that's crazy talk. Red ones ship fast. It is known. Yes, this is very true. All airbrush Project Dark Fox. Now, I did my primary prime job. Actually, that's not true. These in particular for 3D printed crates and this whole set, what I recommend is Rattlecan filler primer, and then I hit it with Rattlecan just flat black. And then after that's done, I'll do a zenithal with the airbrush with white. But you could do it with Rattlecan as well. These are, like, the detail's nice and chunky, and that just makes sure that you can't see the layer lines. It was close, Riot Sister, and it was technically correct. It just wasn't the whole truth. I did do the zenithal with an airbrush. Walruses can whistle, apparently. Well, you know, I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad you're here to tell us these things, Sewer Creature. They can whistle, but do they whistle? What do they whistle?
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha because he likes to slide it to the left and then slide it to the right and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I got Chaotic Harmony over here heckling me.
Oh, if it was off for a moment. If it was off for a moment, then I guess I deserve it. I'm glad you got your finger on the trigger to keep me honest. Well, no, that's just who he is like as a person, Stig. How you doing, by the way, man? Did you say you just got done playing some Bolt action? How did the game go? I'm almost done. Not done with this. Actually, I've made good progress on this tonight, but I still have more to do. What am I going to add all the gang graffiti to the crates? Well, that's going to come last and be probably stenciled more than anything. Just realized I should probably do the doors, too. Primary color, anyway. Well, I mean, you know, street artists, taggers, they've got, like, their whole own subculture of art, and some of them are very talented. Some of them are just, you know, idiot kids who can barely scrawl their name. But there's some pretty amazing graffiti artists out there in the world. But I agree, it's kind of an opportunity to emulate some of the cooler graffiti. What an odd one to pick out so specifically, Riot Sister. You was walking home and you looked up on a train and you were like, that slut looks awesome. Yeah. It was all there was. Okay, alright, fair enough, fair enough. Your choices were limited, okay. I live in a very, very small town, so the only graffiti there is on the singular train bridge that goes over a road, and it sucks. All the good graffiti artists live in the city. Maybe there's an amazing graffiti artist out here, he just goes into Denver to do his work. I don't know. These spectralites are so fucking nice for this purpose. Like, it is just stupid easy to get really high saturated paint jobs that really pretty well respect the undershading. Oh my god. This is one of the first ones that I did. I was just thinking, I thought I painted the door on this already, because it has a door on both ends. This was like the Mark 1. I didn't realize I had any of these left. I thought I'd throw them all away. Okay. So be it. (4-2) in a scenario with where controlled objectives are worth 5 each. I like bolt action. I like bolt action so much that I still thoroughly enjoy the sci-fi version of bolt action called Beyond the Gates of Antares from Warlord Games. I haven't played it in a long time now, but I've never had a bad time playing it. What am I missing? That's something I could really easily do in red really quickly just to use up the last bit that I've got. I'm gonna do the base of this red. I haven't tried the yellow Spectralite. I should try that on something. Not right now. How would you advise going about painting detailed but still large areas and using primarily an airbrush, or would you switch to brushwork? You can do amazing things with an airbrush. I wouldn't write it off. You probably want a smaller needle. But detailed but still large areas, masking. Honestly, if you take the time to mask off parts, then you can just come in and go whoa, and blast the color everywhere that you want it to be, and not have to worry about it getting anywhere you don't, because you've masked it. Now, I am being extra lazy tonight and not masking anything, but I don't need this to be, you know, particularly fantastic. I just need colors on the terrain so I can use it. God, these Spectralites are so nice. They even clean up easy. Oh, Rio, you might look at one of the auto locks, dude. You can get the auto lock airbrush for $60, including its own little built-in compressor. It's good for one-off projects or small jobs. I wouldn't do it for something this large because I've been running the compressor for a while already. All right. Now, folks, give me just a minute. I'm going to make it quick. I need to take a short break, stretch my legs, grab something to drink. Haven't gotten to try Antares yet, but was pretty happy about it. Yeah, I like Antares. Pretty happy about your time with Erewhon. Now, I never played Erewhon. I remember when it came out. But Beyond the Gates of Antares is a really solid game. It actually has fun lore, too, that almost nobody paid any attention to, but I really enjoyed it. And I like that. I think that the Gar Empire was a really bad choice for the first 2-player starter box, and the newer starter box, the one with the Algoran and the C3, makes a lot more sense. But due to that starter box, I started playing as the Gar, and I got pretty good with them. But yeah, that was strange for a starter box, because it's like most of the factions play according to the same rules with variations in their power levels and what they specialize in, and then the Gar are just like, they break all the rules of the game and do something completely different. And it's like, why would you put that in the starter box? That's insane. Alright folks, give me just a minute. I'll be right back with you, and we'll roll right on into the Storm Report. See you in a second.
Oh yeah, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be Occam's laser. Sorry for the delay, folks. Give me just a moment here to clear some space on my desk. It is replete with things. That actually dried up pretty nice. Damn. I'm very, very happy with how these Spectralites go down for this purpose. I'm probably going to use these, like, between the Spectralites, which you have to use so little of, and then, like, touching up and dry brushing with these US Art Supply cheap-ass acrylics, like, you can paint terrain for almost nothing. Just stack these right up, because that's what they're meant to do, after all. That's one of the best things about this terrain set, by the way, is, like, if you have a plastic bin, you can just stack this shit up and lock it together real easy and move it in a big block, which is pretty great. We'll put these back together so they don't get too separated. Continue this painting project tomorrow. It might have Tiberium in it. The green crystal calls. Yes, I have a little coffee Kit Kat here. This is a recent acquisition. What happened to the bases? Where did I put them? I just painted them. What did I do with them? Definitely here. They're definitely within arm's reach. Are they behind? It's possible. Well, doesn't seem to be. What did I do with them? Not inside there. Oh, there they are. I didn't paint them, and that's why I couldn't see them, is because they don't have any color on them. This one I am going to do sort of a green Tiberium-esque glow on. I love that I can just stack all this up securely and not worry about it. These ones only take up so much room right now is because they come into 3 pieces to be painted, but once everything's painted, I'm going to put them together, I'm going to glue them, and they're just going to be single solid pieces like the rest of them. Right, there's those. Let me get this out of here for the moment. And get my crates over here, the crate barricades. These are just scatter terrain, really. Scatter terrain is important, though. And have something to hide behind. Something to get that damn cover bonus that's going to keep you alive, you know? And I mean, like, as far as overall paint used on a huge amount of surface today, I used, like, maybe 1 full dropper out of this, which is crazy. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god. I'm gonna use a lot more of these. Okay, that should be all that I need to do. And I think next time we're going to be speed painting, working on these here Mantic Enforcers. I've got an idea for these guys now. Somebody, when I was asking about them on the last stream,
mentioned purple and green, and I was like, oh, that's so gaudy. And then I realized something. So the Enforcers, the Mantic Enforcers, are meant to be like the ultimate corporate goons. It's their whole deal. They're corporate attack squads. And I was like, okay, corporate goons, power armor, purple and green. That sounds like something. That reminds me of something. Anybody in chat thinking what I'm thinking? Corporate goons, power armor, green and purple. Sounds like somebody, doesn't it? It's not Joker, but you're the closest so far, White Wolf. It's not Joker. Right universe, though. Thank you, M. Fontana. Yes. Immediately I started thinking about the Lexo suit. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's perfect. My Enforcers are going to be from LexCorp. In my version of the Mantic Warpath universe, Lex Luthor was very successful and LexCorp survived long after his death. I was thinking Oscorp. In fairness, they're very similar. I'm gonna have my Kit Kat, then we're gonna do the Storm Report. I know, we always start it late, it's a big meme. So let me enjoy my Kit Kat. You ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for what I'm about to do? Oh. That's right. Fuck your string cheese and fuck your Kit Kats. Two half cats. Alright, make sure my compressor's off. This has actually been a remarkably productive little session. I got done most of the colors. I've got, I think, less than half left to go, which I should be able to get done tomorrow. And then I'm just going to go over everything and give it a quick dry brush, and I'm going to save detailing for later, and I'll be able to take some photos with the whole terrain set. The whole stream. The whole stream could just be one long Storm Report. Now we're really onto something. No, we're not doing that. I've got string. You want me to go get some string cheese, Data Nerd? We can do this. If that's what you'd like. Will tempt me. Oh god, I'm coming to love. I'm coming to love my Earl Grey. Slowly but surely.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's
Just to spite
Report,
you, Sumitha.
Brought to you by viewers like you.
In this case, Gimishkar, it's just Earl Grey with lemon. I don't add the sugar. I like it with just the tartness. Oh. So let's go ahead and get started. Here we have up first from Mafik Sewer Creature. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, damn it. Well, if I'd been paying more attention to the bets, I would have done it the other way around. I'd much rather spite you and reward Vergadero. Much rather. I'll bet honey is probably pretty nice. I haven't tried honey in it yet. I haven't been drinking tea for very long. I've been like a straight-up black coffee guy for years. Alright, here we have up from Mafik, Broken Void Subfaction, the Frostbites. This subfaction is known for specialization in tundra regions. Their name given because they're black. They're black frostbites, a part of their bodies, and immune to cold. Well, part of their body is frostbitten and thus immune to cold. I don't think that's how frostbite works. But this is another one of those situations where it's like, if I'm gonna pick out that is inaccurate and allow everything else, I'm probably being hypocritical. Hey, what's up, Skella Egg? How you doing? Welcome. I'm drinking the sweet Tiberium. I am enjoying the wonderful flavor of divination. Tastes like death. I'm having some Earl Grey. Yeah, leaf water. That sweet black Tiberium. Alright, let's keep going here. They owned large car-sized wolves called Blizzard Hounds for cavalry and reconnaissance, but most likely used during the hunting season. Their pups are normal dog size. Of course they are. That's adorable. Most of their machines are hovercraft tanks, ski jets, modified bunker walkers for harsh cold conditions, and their personal mobile suit, which is the BMS-32 or Longnose. Their mainland is called Light Sky, which is a city that lives under a giant void crystal the size of a mountain pass. And that can be of varying sizes, but I'll let it go. Every winter season, Arden goes there just to play with the blue slimes at the small housing for slime. I mean, of course, who doesn't want to play with the slimes? The slimes are the best thing about this world. The blue slimes like to eat ice on machinery, so they're often eating from the bunker walkers and the Longnose. Ran out of badass nicknames, so don't blame me for it. The Longnose is a perfectly fine nickname. It's descriptive. All the nicknames can't be badass. Any advice for painting yellow armor? I'm gonna say go ahead and look up Goobertown Hobbies video that he did on painting yellow with pink undershading. You have two good paths you can take forward on painting yellow armor, Skelebi. Number one, base it brown and then work up to a yellow. Number two, you can try the pink undershade and then work up to a yellow method. It results in something that's very rich and saturated with some very, very interesting shadows. Tried finding the video, could not find it. I know it's out there. Would someone in chat be an absolute dear and find the video? You know what I'm talking about. Almost everybody has seen it. If you could find that video for Skelebi, that would be thoroughly appreciated. I know it's out there. I watched it recently, for God's sake. We've been painting terrain all night, Skelebi. I've been airbrushing these containers. Oh, White Wolf with the jokes, misspelling my words, hooray. Goobertown. Goobertown did a whole video on undershading yellow with pink. Oh, thank you, Skelebi. And can we get a shout out for Skelebi while we're at it? And how about one for 8-Bit Sweater? How you doing? What question you got? What you got? 8-Bit? Let's look at this picture while we're thinking about it. Demon Skewer. The slimes. Oh my god, this slime has replaced the bottom part of a snowman. Because of course he has. Wonderful. And they're just chilling. They're chilling on the mech, eating all the ice. They just like frozen water. Oh my god. Skelebi, thank you so much for the gift sub. What a way. What a way to say thanks to Sewer Creature. I'm so glad you're around again, Sewer Creature. We did miss you, man. And thank you so much for the support, Skelebi. I really appreciate it. It was my honest review of the mini cordless compressor. So I haven't found myself with that many situations where I want to use it, but the times when I've used, because I've got the auto lock cordless compressor, I like it when I'm working on a single model, because pulling out the full airbrush for me is a little bit of a production. I did it tonight because I'm doing like a bunch of terrain and it makes sense because I need to run it for a good long time. But if it's like you need to do something quick, like you have one figure and you need to do a quick zenithal on it, you got one figure, you need to do a quick prime job on it, whatever it may be. If it's a small job, it's real easy to pull out the auto lock, screw on the compressor, do it real quick, run some cleaner through it, pack it away. I don't think it's great for extended use, but I feel like that almost goes without saying. Like, that's fairly obvious. It's a good little machine, though. For $60, I think it's worth it. I haven't had it fail on me. Admittedly, I haven't exactly stress tested it. Wanted it for priming, maybe Zenithal, maybe a small kill team's worth of... Yeah, no, that would be fine. If you're doing, like... I would say if you're at a model count of 10 or less, you could probably do a prime and Zenithal on them without too much difficulty.
No, I recommend them. It takes up less space. It's obviously less investment. If you just need an airbrush for a little job and you don't feel like doing the whole rigmarole, I think it's a perfectly serviceable tool. I would think beam weapons would make a lot of sense, Mafik, for a winter environment. Something that isn't going to get jammed up. You know, this is the best thing ever, though. Mafik, would you do something for me? Would you do a focus piece that's just this? Would you please do a single piece of art that is just the snowman that the slime has replaced the bottom part of? Oh my god. It's the frost. Makes the blade stick. Oh man. Comments you can hear, Gimishkar. It's been a long time since I've seen Gladiator. It's a cool movie, though. Absolutely 8-bit. Absolutely. There's an insignia that looks like a modified stress pop on the chest of the Demon Skewer. Oh, yeah, I guess it does kind of a little bit. Got a lot of kill markings on it, too. Mafik, you always have such wonderful art. And yeah, I want that. I want this. Please, please, Mafik. It's the best thing. It's the best. Here we have from Ren Momo, all the Warhams I did last year. No sound, it's just a GIF. All them Warhams, look at them. Look at them. You seem very partial to blue, Ren. Not complaining, I'm just noting. Damn, that's a lot of models painted. I have not even tried to count the number of models I've painted this year because it's not very many. And I don't want to embarrass myself. That's a significant number of models. Ren, for the quality that you're doing now, this number of models, like, that's fairly impressive, man. I spy what look like we got some Imperial Fists here in the back. Oh, you have such good taste. Such good taste, Ren. Obviously, the greatest of the Space Marine color schemes is the Imperial Fists. Maybe the Iron Snakes, but Imperial Fists are definitely up there. Very nicely done. Blue good. I mean, you know, it is a good color. To be fair, wonderful work. And thank you for sharing the breadth of your progress with us, Red. Imperial Fists all the way. C-Sphere knows what I'm talking about. Lots of Smurfs, though. It's hard to avoid them. It really is. That just reminded me of a joke that wouldn't make any sense without me explaining it for 10 minutes, so I'm just going to move past it. Here we have from Sumitha. Well, I said I'd post it when it arrived, and so it has happened. I had considered doing a This Just In for Sunday, but decided against rushing to unbox it since it was still in its packaging, and it only occurred to me with minutes left before the storm report was due to shut. So instead I took my time to unbox this monster of a ship, and I do mean monster. The box for this is the biggest of any Hero Collector Eaglemoss ship I've ever seen. The thing is quite heavy, with a solid chunk of metal forming about half the ship as far as I can tell. It's actually heavy enough and nose heavy enough that I'm a little worried about the stand since it seems to flex a bit on the front. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Ship may not be the biggest ship model by volume that Eaglemoss has ever produced, but this XL edition ship is over 13 inches long and apparently quite dense. The detail is lovely and definitely hits right in the nostalgia. Plenty of fragile plastic bits. The long-barreled underbelly turret amidships is, oh my god, I love the use of the word amidships. It's not a word that I get to use, you know, like almost ever, but something about amidships is just such a satisfying word in a sentence. Sumitha, thank you for using it. Particularly worrying when it comes to handling. So this is definitely one that will sit on the shelf and do little else, but yeah, what a shelf. I mean, what are you really gonna do? Oh my, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect. I didn't remember, I confess, which ship it was you were talking about, but look at that son of a bitch. Look at the Sulaco. Ooh, such good design! You know what I always liked about the Sulaco is that it looks a little bit like an assault rifle. Yeah, exactly. Gorgeous space rifle. The Sulaco it looks like a weapon. It looks aggressive. And it's filled with ultimate badasses. They got sonic electronic ball breakers. Tactical phase pulse phalanx. Whap! Fry half a city with this puppy. independently targeting Phase Pulse Phalanx. Should have been colored darker. Yeah, like, you look at the box. I don't remember it being a sandy color. Is that true, Desert Owl? I didn't know that. They started with a rifle and they built the ship around it. That makes a lot of sense for the way those props were being built. I know a fair amount about the models that they made to do Hadley's Hope, but I had never learned that about the actual Sulaco model. That's fairly interesting. This is a gorgeous model. It's really that much metal? With how far back the stand is, that does seem concerning. It is, Riot Sister. I'm having a little bit more Earl Grey. I'm in a rewatch of Next Generation right now. I just got from Season 3 to Season 4 with Best of Both Worlds, so I'm in a real Earl Grey mode right now. This is a gorgeous piece. This is an absolutely gorgeous piece. Oh, the Sulaco. Now get a 2-scale Nostromo. I think the Nostromo in scale would be like... That would be way bigger than the Sulaco, wouldn't it? Because the Nostromo was like a flying refinery. It was huge. The stand's tray the model sits on is also a little thinner than most of the models. Yeah. I think that with a little clever engineering, you could just do a better base. Or if you make a base that has 2 pegs, it would make sense to put another peg right up here just to balance it out. That would make me more comfortable because, yeah, you can see it leaning forward even here. Look at that. It's a big, brutal bitch. I would imagine. The Nostromo is one of those ships that just throws scale all off. The Nostromo is massive. Massive. But again, it was... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The Nostromo, it was a mining ship. But it was also a refinery. And I was under the impression that it was meant to... Like, you load the ore onto it, and then as it travels back to company space, it is refining the materials so that by the time it gets there, it has refined materials to offload. Am I correct in that? Skelebi, your tower looking fine. Here's the thing. You chose some tough colors to start with, but there's nothing wrong with that. Don't be afraid of them. Just work on them. You'll get better with them with practice. Every single time that you... I mean, you might be a little baka. That's possible. I'm not going to say that you're not. But, who am I? Who am I to say either way? But the more you do it, the better off you're going to be, and the better you're going to be at it. Why didn't I just go with red? Hey, red's pretty difficult, too. Here we have from Squared. Finished up the Highlander. I think it turned out pretty good. I really like how the shadowing and the visor glass came out. That actually works pretty well. I think you could go a little brighter. I think you could go a little brighter with the highlighting on it, but I like the blue as far as balancing out the rest of these colors from Rainy River Designs. I think the blue is a good choice. Again, I feel like blue or red, either one could have been good, but going with that cooler color to balance out the predominantly warm colors across the rest of the mech, that's a fantastic choice. Brown or magenta, yeah. Like, if you don't want to go... Because here's the thing. The magenta-pink route is sort of, like, more advanced and more recent trends in painting yellows. The old wisdom, if you will, the old wisdom, is brown. And it works really, really well. Base what you're painting in brown and then build yellow on top of it. It will work, and it will be nice and simple. Just don't try to build your yellow up on top of, like, a black or something like that. Skelebi, we're not allowed to talk shit about our own work around here. Only I'm allowed to talk shit about my work around here, and that's just because I make the rules. That's the only reason. It's brighter in person. I believe it to Square. Because, again, lighting on these is very, very tricky. To get something that's under a visor like that, you really need a bright light pointed like, oh, bam, right at it. But the whole Highlander looks so good, though. Gorgeous, gorgeous use of the Rainy River Designs paints. Here we have from the Amish Stig, Madness? No, this is Mojave Space. From sloppy assembly, sloppy priming, and sloppy test paints to bigger and better things. Somebody hit exclamation point sloppy for me, please. We gotta do it now.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Oh, there's a gross joke in that one. The stripping process didn't produce clean enough results for me to lay down primer and get started again. I managed to misplace one entirely until taking final inventory, but an ultrasonic cleaner will be here Wednesday to finish that job. Nice. Said and done is about 60 infantry, 2 3-man weapons teams, 3 2-man weapons teams, and 8 HQ units, for a grand total of 80 men and 2 war machines stripped. Ooh. As well as could be managed, hand scrubbed and broken, weapons decapitations, dismemberments repaired, any necessary rebasing done in just 2 evenings worth of hobbying. Now, if only I could paint that fast. That's all too real. This is all too real. If only my skill and my dedication to the craft matched my imagination and what it is that I want to do. Still, that's a lot of work in a real short period of time. Maybe try some of those speed paints. Just saying. I'm not selling them. I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that. I just like them. I think they're pretty nice, and I myself am going to be using them to get some armies done in a very short period of time. I think they're particularly well suited to historicals like this, honestly, because you don't need super crazy paint schemes on these guys. You need a lot of earth tones and some fairly drab, desaturated colors for the most part. Every one of those was the same poo brown of the one hiding in the back left. Oh, back here? Is there a poo-poo gentleman over here that I'm missing? Maybe this fellow here or this guy? Man, what are you eating? That's a lot of good work, Amish Stig. And again, you're at the part now where it's like, oh shit, now I have to do the rest of it. Oh god. It's a feeling we all know far too well. Here we have from Werlin97, Desert Owl. Since I was not able to get this into the Storm Report on Sunday because someone started on time and didn't respond to my pleas for an extra minute. Oh, did you? Sorry. Here's the special lance just under 2 years in the making. Back during the introduction of Discount Dan and his Urban Mech Emporium, I had the idea to make a lance of various Urbies. At the head is a golden Urby god with... I haven't clicked on this picture yet, and now I'm terrified of what I'm going to see. At the head is a golden Urby god with a silver and bronze Urby on each side of him, following them as if to either provide security or to attempt to arrest them is the metallic blue-gray Urby security mech. So after a few years of them sitting on my shelf while I learn a bit about painting, here they are. Discount Dan's Sales and Security Force. What? That's, yeah, it's, yeah, I guess it would be just be Mad Cat bits. In my head, I was like, does it have the arms of a Marauder and the missile launchers of a Mad Cat? And then I remembered that the Mad Cat already has the arms of a Marauder, so that would very likely just be Mad Cat. Urban Cat. What is it? What is it with the fucking Urby? It is one of the most dominant memes in BattleTech, next to the Steiner Scout Lance being all Atlases. I was just thinking that, Amish Stig. It looks surprisingly a lot like an elemental. It looks like a toad, doesn't it? Jay Schaefer, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support, my friend. What about Butte Hold? Do we call it a stray? Yeah, it does. For whatever reason, it does have. I think it's the big shoulder pods, and then the kind of long arms relative to its body makes it look like an elemental power armor. But then we got our canine Urby over here with the light bar on top and everything. We got the bronze Urby with the Rack 5. I'm assuming maybe Rack 2. I don't know what model that would be. Shiny Urbies. Very nice. Very, very nice, Desert Owl. Cause Booty Patrol. One of the objectives of the Metallic Battlemaster project was to allow me to play around with the colors in order for me to create blends that base coat every mech. Decided not to do any wash or dry brushing on them since they're intended to be a fictional and fantastic group that are just too perfect. And are therefore able to sell all the junked mechs that Discount Dan is so well known for.
If anyone is interested in completed Battlemaster project, all dozen mechs are posted in Showcase Community as a thread. I'm gonna have to go take a look after this, Desert Owl, and thank you so much for sharing your work with us tonight. Here we have from Datron Voltari, so it begins. The question for me is always, when I read that, do I do Kosh? Or do I do Theoden? You know? Every time. Most of the time I pick Kosh. After a year and a half of delays, I have finally started printing out my Borealis. Oh, that's exciting. Now I'm going to have to figure out which unit it's going to belong to. Oh my god, you're even doing the, like, fluid and gas canister pods? I still haven't painted these for... I haven't finished painting. I've started painting, but haven't finished painting my own Borealis, because I just keep making things. I'm still so proud. So proud of the Borealis. It's such a cool looking ship, and it taught me so much about doing this multi-part assembly. All about the options. I mean, that's why I made it that way, so that you can easily swap between carrying mechs, carrying aircraft, carrying cargo. It's wonderful. And, for those of you who might be interested, the Borealis is also featured in a recent Battletech fan project called Operation Lancaster, a fan TRO that is now available, something you should definitely check. Why don't we have a link for that? We should have a link for that. Sumitha, post a link. Put a link in chat so I can eventually make an actual link that just goes to it. Yeah, that's right. Project Dark Fox did the design on this. No, Coral, you know you are. Trick is getting the paint job to match on all the options. That can be a little bit of a challenge, Journeyman Paint Hour. By the way, how you doing tonight, man? It's good to see you. Lovely. Lovely work. But yeah, the Borealis has its own stats in Operation Lancaster, which is just exciting as hell. And thank you so... I'm incredibly honored to be included in that project. I know how much thought and time and effort and work has gone into it. So it's fantastic. Fantastic to see Project Dark Fox and my work being featured so wonderfully through the art of Matt Plog. Here we have from Severe, started on my Parasite of Mortrex. Focusing on wings at the moment, left initial blends, second more refined, third starting highlights, fourth finished highlights on the wing parts. Ooh, that's coming out nice. Look at that. I like the purple to the red. It's like a sort of, almost a fuchsia that you have for the, what did we agree to call these? Wingle Dingles? We had a word, because we've talked about this before. And I can't remember what it is. I'm liking the carapace color. This sort of real deep teal. That's what I'm reading anyway. Those sort of purple shadows. No, Project Dark Fox. We're not going to call them that. That's not what they are. They're Wingle Dingles. Scale 75 Sunset Purple into Fuchsia. It's funny, because the Scale 75 Fuchsia is one of my... I don't have that many Scale 75 colors, and a lot of the ones that I do have I'm not a huge fan of, but Scale 75 Birch and Scale 75 Fuchsia are just... Oh, they're lovely. They're lovely colors. Very particular colors from that line. The paint's all pretty good quality, too. Really, really digging the color of the wings compared to the color of the carapace. With some more work, the contrast here is just going to be fantastic. Severe, excellent work. Here we have from the Happy Heretic. At last, the giant walking butt plug is mine. Why do I not read these things in my head before I read them out loud? Are these just the perils of live streaming? You'd think I'd be used to them by now. Light skin tone mixed with fuchsia to highlight. Ooh, lovely. Bought this stalker for dirt cheap on eBay, $10 including shipping. That's not bad. It's old, it's literally caked in layers of paint. Oh, excuse me. Oh, how rude. I've had a long day. It's literally caked in layers of paint, and I'm pretty sure it's lead. Yikes. I love it, though. Battletech was my first miniature war game when I was a kid, and the old mechs bring back so many memories. Can't slag off the paint job too much because it looks exactly like something I would have lovingly painted when I was 12. Gonna salute the previous painter, strip the paint, make him nice and pretty for my comm guard. Might even do an eBay miniature rescue style video on my YouTube channel, Happy Heretic. I would love to see that. I would love to see that, and I love that you are paying respect to the original painter. It's really not that bad a paint job. I never had that much problem with this sculpt. As far as the design of the Stalker goes. Complete with the, you know, flared base and the ribbed for her pleasure fuselage. The problem I have with this Mini, the problem I've always had with this Mini, is the pose of the legs. And I know that this is based on the original art, but it's so awkward. It's so awkward. It looks like he's dipping his toe into a pool to test the temperature. Or doing the hokey pokey. You know? I think it's the way both legs are angled forward. And then the torso is way back. It looks so awkward. I always assumed it took a hit and was backpedaling. You have a much more charitable mind. Charitable imagination than I apparently do, Sumatha. I love the Stalker. It's brutal. It's a damn brutal oh no. What? Oh no. Oh yeah, he is kind of doing the Michael Jackson, isn't he? Like if he had the hat, do the hip thrust in there. Yeah, I could see that. I'd buy that. The new Stalker looks good. That's one of the CGL sculpts they did a really good job on. Even the MechWarrior Online Stalker, I don't like a lot of the MWO redesigns because a lot of them look like just the same thing over and over again, but their Stalker came out pretty good. I think it's always been set apart for Inner Sphere mechs in that it follows a very clan-like design theory, because the clanners were not as interested in the humanoid proportions of a lot of the Inner Sphere mechs, even though they also made things like, what is it, the Fire Moth? That's like doing this number with its arms, is like, I got guns on my hands and they're up here. Is that the Fire Moth? I always forget the names of the clan mechs. It's the dumbest looking thing. It's so I don't even know why they bothered putting hands on it. Like the hands make it look so much worse. It's not pretty, it's not the most advanced, but it won't stop coming. Yeah, it's big, it's mean, it's got angled armor, it seems like it would be combat effective, and it has so many guns. So many guns. The Stalker is just a gunboat, and like I said, it follows that clan mindset of why bother having arms when I can just have lots and lots and lots and lots of guns. I ain't gonna punch anybody anyway, which is good because it can't. Makes tactical sense, but it's so ugly. I approve of your use of the expletive go-ram, by the way. Emphasis on gun, also emphasis on boat. It does quite resent. It would look less like a dildo if it was in the water. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour back at the desk, finally remembering how to properly swish the brush. Started off with my least favorite model of my favorite Lord of the Rings character, taking suggestions for a quick tabletop base idea. Redid the face to be less pale, did some Nuln Oil over the metal, and sleeping pad to make it a little bit more realistic looking. So the simplest thing you can always do with the basing is glue down, it depends on what you have available. If you have like pebbles, crushed slate is kind of the best for this, but glue down sand and one chunk of like crushed slate to be rocks. So you just like one largish rock on there, do brown on the sand, light gray dry brush, gray dry brush on the rock, stick down a little static grass, boom, you're done. You did like a steps sort of thing. That's what I did for my Gimli anyway, and I think he came out nice. But then I was painting the new Three Hunters Gimli as opposed to the old Fellowship of the Ring Gimli, which I never painted this model. By the time I got into Lord of the Rings, the Three Hunters hadn't just come out, they were about to come out, so I waited and got them, and those models are gorgeous. Just gorgeous. Nice work on all this, though. Really like the leather effect that you got here. His eyes are a little crazy. They're a little like, man, this dwarf's seen some shit. But getting eyes is always tricky. You know what I've found when it comes to painting eyes is all my eyes start off looking like this. It's the same theory that I apply to most painting, where it's paint from the inside out, paint the parts that are hardest to reach, and then paint the parts that are easiest to reach. So for the eyes, honestly, like, do the white, put in the black dot, and then come in with white and very carefully paint around the black dot and narrow the black. Don't try to get the dot perfect, but get a big black dot and narrow it down to where you want it to be and the size you want it to be with white. And then narrow the white down to the shape that you want that to be. So you work from the inside out, and you can get some really good looking eyes without doing the usual oh, I fucked it up. Like, we've all been there, you know? Want the 3 Hunters next, such a better looking... The 3 Hunters are gorgeous models. My only complaint about the 3 Hunters models is that it's almost impossible to string Legolas's bow, because the position that his bow is in doesn't make any sense relative to the rest of his body, which probably doesn't bother most people, but I like to put strings on my bows, and that rendered it nearly impossible to do. It's a gorgeous figure, though, and the detailing on it is really nice. Everybody hates doing eyes. If there's somebody out there who loves doing eyes, they're an absolute mutant. Dark Traveler. That's what I'm saying. Paint outside in. Don't try to become super precise and just get it right the first time. Just slap it in there and then refine it, because the refining is easy. Painting around a central point is really easy to do. So put the dot, narrow it with the white, and then narrow that with your eyeliner color, and then narrow that with your skin tone, and you can have some nice, really good looking eyes. All in all, though, love the work you're doing here. Good job on the wood, good job on the leather. Reads very, very well, Journeyman Paint Hour, and I always love seeing your work. Here we have from Dark Traveler Miniatures, some assembly therapy tonight. I know that feeling. I really enjoy assembly. 2 Nighthaunt halves of the Arena of Shades. I don't know the box sets well enough to, I don't think that's right, but I don't know enough about Nighthaunts to dispute it. Battle box that came out for Age of Sigmar weekend before last. 46 new Nighthaunt models to add to my massive army. Arena, I knew it. Now I know enough to dispute it. Building is fun. I know there are people out there, I don't understand them, but they have an easier time with the painting and the building drives them crazy. I could just sit and build models for hours and not get tired of it. I'm talking like drilling, pinning, weighting. I don't know why that appeals to me as much as it does, but it really just does. I'll forgive it this time, Dark Traveler, but you better name your Games Workshop products right, okay? We pay respect to Games Workshop. Around these parts, we name everything properly, okay? We close our Citadel paint pots. We use only Citadel paint pots. We use airbrush paints that are in paint pots, and we pour them directly from the pot into the hopper. We don't decant them into dropper bottles like those heathens out there. We purchase only official Citadel brand mold line removal tools. Oh shit, I should stop. Riot Sister might have the opportunity to actually hit me soon.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame. If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
I should build my Dugram. You're not wrong, T-Square. It's sitting on the shelf behind me and over my head back there. Oh, here we have from Semi-Serious Nerd. Here's one of my more recent models. I finished a very gory scene, but my focus on this one was basing and storytelling. I'm very interested. Short premise is that this Pain Boss harvests bits from the other races and reinforces his personal orc force by enhancing their physical capabilities. My concept of why this particular... Oh, God. What am I choking on? Literally nothing? Why don't I have any water? I put water in a bottle. Oh, there it is. Okay, I knew I had some water. Excuse me. Yes. My concept of how/why this particular force of beast snaggers is tougher than normal orcs. Ooh, I like this. Oh, I like this a lot. This is a good example of a color scheme that I feel like it might not read that well on the table. Dark Traveler, thank you very much. It might not read that well on the table. But this is the kind of model that you want to pick up and look at up close. Just to really get everything that's going on there.
The skin is such a yellow-brown. Look at that big, nasty claw arm that he chopped this dude to bits with. I love the sort of blood effects pouring through his open fingers. Really nice job on the kind of fleshy, ropey intestine. Like, it's an uncomfortable color, isn't it? Oh, no. Hooray, bots. Thank you so much, Riot Sister. The rust effects are all excellent. I like the yellows. I like the little effect we have back here. The what is this? Is this a little squig hanging off of this? Is that a squig blood bag? Hold on. Is that a part of an official model? I don't know if it is or not. I don't look that closely at most Games Workshop releases these days. But is that part of an official model, or is that something he thought of? Because that's a squig that has been rigged up as a blood bag, isn't it? Like it's hanging from the hook, and then it's got like a plug draining its blood. It looks so well sculpted that I kind of assume, and so intentional that I assume this is part of an official model. But I don't know enough about current Orc releases to question. Or to say for sure. So someone please feel free to correct me. If that's a custom piece, that's fucking amazing. I mean, it's amazing anyway, but if that's a custom piece, that in particular is just so creative and dark. I like it. All in all, wonderful work, Semi-Serious Nerd. We have from Shiny Mew Paints. Got a mini in the mail today. It's Shantae from Shantae Half Genie Hero. I designed it on Hero Forge. Looking forward to painting her this week. Oh, very cool. Hero Forge is such a neat service. Such a neat service. I look forward to seeing some paint go down on this mini, especially knowing you created it from your own imagination, Shiny Mew. Please keep us posted. I don't know, my throat's seizing up right here at the end. Wait, what did that bot say? What the fuck? Usually they're just trying to get me to buy followers, which obviously I do, which explains why we just passed 2K. Here we have from the POV42. This happens to me occasionally. I'll get partway through a very complicated paint scheme process, look at the midway stage, and just go, damn, I wish I could just keep them like this. These are the last of my Augustin arquebusiers. I feel certain I didn't pronounce that right. And I build up both the purple and red areas from the same burnt plum glaze, so the deepest shadows from both have the same general tone, and unify the color areas. One of these days I'm just going to have to find a primarily pink scheme to do. Maybe desert pink camo? Hey, I got a thing for dragon ladies, alright? Come on. It is an interesting tone. I'm digging your highlights in particular. I think you've chosen the spots for them very well, and it really sells the shape of what the fuck is this? This is a flea, right? This is a something, and this is also a something. This is Jackal, okay, and yeah, this is a flea. I always recognize the flea, it's hard to miss, but I have no fucking idea what this is. It has a very interesting design to it. Yeah, the details are really, really popping. This is an interesting color scheme, and whenever I see it's running, oh, it's doing like, hello my baby, hello my darling, hello my ragtime Mac. You know, one of those. Color burnt plum was not what I had set out to create, but apparently people love it. Yeah, it's I need more of it, I believe, because I had your burnt plum and I used it and I liked it, particularly with the scale 75 fuchsia that I had, Kursala, and I put the rest of it in one of my Wayward Paints packages. And then I went to use it and I was like, oh shit, I gave that away.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to actually put in a genuine order with Rainy River Designs and not just skeeve all the free paint that they sent me, because there are a few colors that I need. It's an interesting paint scheme. I like it. I wonder immediately what the cockpit glass color is going to be and what the basing is going to be. I feel like those two things will inform the overall paint scheme so much, POV. But fantastic work so far. Good dry brushing. Looks like a modified Axeman. Does it? It doesn't look like an Axeman to me. I mean, if it is, like, the whole side torso has been stripped out. Yeah, I don't see an Axeman in this almost. Maybe the shape of the head, but even that is very, very faint. Very, very faint. We're going to have to find out what the hell that is. Here we have from Automat Americana. Just the one picture tonight. I did one final custom Cicada version with 2 medium lasers, 1 heavy medium laser. It's quickly evident which side most people... That is a thing, isn't it? A heavy medium laser? Maybe it's time we all gave even a chance. Why is my brain saying no? Even the devil needs a friend. Okay. Why? I think it's just because you put heavy and medium next to each other, and I'm like, wait, that's illegal. 4 flamers, 2 small lasers, and of course a mine dispenser. I mean, of course. Most of the rest of my work tonight was going back to my Marauder, starting to rework it and go together better post-printing, using the lessons I've learned from the Cicada. That's always... I mean, get used to that one, Americana, because that's just how it goes. By the time you finish your next project, you'll know how you should have done the previous one much better. That's going to be a lot of long, boring work and not terribly cool looking. You shut your mouth, it's going to look awesome. So I'll post pictures of that when I either do most of the top-mounted weapons, or when the results of my update bear full fruit. Full isn't in there. Why did I read full? Efforts bear fruit. There we go. I can word real smart like I talk very excellent English. Deckard VS knows what I'm talking about. He knows how articulate I be. Fuck. What's up, Deckard? How you doing, man? It's always a pleasure to see you in chat. I know you only stop in like once in a while these days, but it's always a pleasure. Deckard VS, how you? Are you? We could do a shout out. We could do a shout out for Deckard. I'm not sure when /if he'll stream again, but what a stream. What a stream. And doing a side of 3D art that I barely dabble in myself. Deckard, it's good to see you, dude. The Cicada's looking good. I still want bigger feet. I still want bigger feet, but I'm not going to sit here and try to pressure you into doing it. This is your mech, and you should do it exactly the way that you want. I just want bigger feet. I don't know. Something about it. It seems like it needs them. Yours could be the giant-footed Cicada. Maybe that's what it becomes famous for. I don't know. It's just a thought. It's just a thought. All in all, though, wonderful work, Automat. Heavy lasers are a thing that came to be as part of the arms race power creep. That's what I thought. That was all later shit. And that's one of the reasons I don't like post-Clan Invasion, is the weapon systems got so complicated and granular. And what needed to happen, what needs to happen, is someone needs to start the timeline over with 3025 and rebalance the original weapon set into something that makes sense given later weapon systems. And not just keep putting more adjectives on the end of the pre-existing weapons and making the game more and more fucking complicated. But, you know, I dream. Here we have from White Wolf. Don't really have anything else to showcase, so here, have some Sazabi getting closer to initial build being done. As such a fucking cool kit. It's such a cool kit, and so many accessories on top of it. Yeah, I know, Sumatha. I'm full of all these ideas. My problem is I don't have any money. If I had money, they'd listen to me then, damn it. Let me go Bezos on this shit. Fuck it, I'm just gonna buy Battletech and do it my way. I can barely afford to buy Battletech minis. This build is just nuts. The bottle of Gorilla Glue actually helps with scale to a significant degree. More so than the grid with an actual scale on it somehow. What is money? It is a means to an end, and that end more often than not is games on the Steam sale that I will never play, and tiny little plastic spacemen that I'll get around to building in a year and a half or so. You mean you don't want to put an X-Pulse binary heavy Gauss laser on your mech? See, Okoro gets it. Okoro gets me. That's probably why he's such a contrarian prick most of the time.
sorry, Okoro. Yeah, you missed rotary in there. Yeah, I figured you'd take offense to that part. 99.9%. Every now and then you say something nice. I don't think it's on purpose. It annoys me because the weapons lost their purity of purpose. Just about any weapon system could fill any role, so your many variations... Yeah, it's a mistake. It ends up making everything meaningless. Ultimately. The more adjectives you have and the more hyper-specialized versions of every weapon there are, it's like... There's a balance. There is a balance to be found of simplicity and elegance. But elegant hasn't described BattleTech in... like 35 years. Ironically, that was about the time that I was born. Is there a connection? I mean, you know, I don't know, maybe. Should they be listening to me? Definitely. Definitely. Lovely build on that, White Wolf. So close. So close. Not quite there yet. Yeah. Here we have from Manro Fasal painting an Angel of Sound mini. Want to make the speaker sides glow like they have LEDs. Top left. Thoughts? So it looks like there's a little bit of like a honeycomb hex pattern on here. And if you made it look like that was glowing internally, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the pattern here. It's this little cut-in. Doing these recessed panels as if the broad panels were glowing and then it just had these struts going over it, I think that would be a good way to do that. And that way you could have some nice, cool glow. You could even, if you were feeling real fancy, do like an RGB thing where it's going from like cyan to magenta or something like that. Or you've already got orange on here going for like orange to blue. That's a really, really good contrasting set. That's your nice thing for the month. Oh, you were all here. You were all here. You read it. Because I'm good enough. I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Not everyone can be a Heavy Arms Gundam. No, that's just... Every time anybody mentions Heavy Arms, I think about that terrible scene in Endless Waltz. I know this style of combat! No, I said that. No, I'm not accusing you of saying that, Okoro, don't worry. I will never claim that you said that. I'd argue that BattleTech hasn't been elegant for precisely 39 years. It is amazing to me. It is amazing to me that BattleTech has the nostalgia power that it has when it has literally never been I think it's like a great fun simulation system, but and this might be controversial, so please don't eat me alive. I don't think it's ever been a particularly good game. It's a fun simulation. It's an amusing bullshit simulator, but yeah, it's the bullshit happens simulator, and that's what always has made it appealing to me. But it's not a particularly good game. I've been talking about everything but the model that we're looking at here. I mean, what do I have to add on that? I feel like, yes, I feel like that would look fucking cool. It might be a good opportunity to use some colors you're not using in the rest of the figure. Some greens, maybe some reds. You've got orange, but like green and blue, I think. That's what's really gonna draw the eye. I would caution one thing, and that is that doing bright colors like that is gonna draw the focus up to the speakers and away from the figure itself. Now, it looks like he's wearing something on his face, right here, like a visor. So I'm gonna say consider this if you're gonna do the bright glowing LED thing. Consider doing it on his face too, as if he's wearing a screen. Now I can't see the details of what he has on his face, but again, it looks like maybe like a screen. And if you did like the screen itself was a visor and did like a little funny face on it, you know, like a smiley face with X's for eyes, but in like a bright neon color, and then did those same colors up here, what you'd be doing there is creating this really cool sort of focus of this two V-shaped bright colors that are going to draw the eye down to this one central point, and that way you'll have the bright colors, but your focal point will still be right here on the face of the model. That could be cool. White Wolf, you have a fantastic evening, and thank you so much for hanging out. Get yourself some sleep, man.
Was the doors from a Land Raider? It looks like the doors from a Rhino. Well, that could be from a Land Raider too. I'm pretty sure they have the same top doors. Though I don't think I've built a Land Raider in like 15 years. So, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe like painting a top-down light, making the figure brighter on the top, darker on the bottom. That's an interesting idea too, Deckard, yeah. You could have these lights shining down on him, and that way you could have those colors being cast across like his muscles, you know? These are all interesting ideas, and I hope that that's helpful, and I am very curious to see what you're actually going to wind up doing with it. Gimishkar, you have a fantastic evening, my friend. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. An internal one from the sides of the Land Raider, you can see the interconnect. Okay. Alright. Sumatha, always. Let me figure out who we're raiding. We're gonna raid somebody. Hey, Skelebee's going, Crocodire's going, Teal Security's going. We raided Fart McButtface last time. We raided Skelebee before that, right? Think that's right? Can someone confirm that for me? Somebody who remembers? My brain is mush. Why don't we raid Teals? It looks like he just got started. We haven't raided him in at least a couple of weeks. Yeah. Let's do that. Teal Security is such a fucking bro. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentle mechs, my sincere thanks to everyone who joined us tonight. I always have such a good time in these streams. The whole point is to keep me working, to keep me moving forward, to keep me on task, and maybe it doesn't do exactly that, but it does keep me moving forward. For the most part, we got a lot of good work done today. I'm going to do some more of this tomorrow, and I think we're going to be doing some speed painting for our Lexo Suit Enforcers on Thursday. So if you're curious about how those AP speed paints are working, we're going to be playing with them. Then it is, oh my god, Deckard, thank you for being here. Dark Traveler, always wonderful to have you, man. A huge thank you again to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report and everyone who joined me tonight. We are going to be back Thursday the 21st. That's when we're going to be painting those Lexo suits, which I'm going to keep on using that phrase. Lexo Squad, indeed. This is a thing. This is happening. You better get used to it. Sunday the 24th, I will not be here. I will be visiting Hethrir and possibly seeing Riot Sister. I haven't actually asked her about that, though she'll be in the area. And we'll be playing some games, hopefully on this terrain, so I'll have some pictures to take then. And then we'll be back Tuesday the 26th painting, I don't know, something, we'll figure it out then. Probably Darth Vader, because I need to finish that. I'm going to send you off to Teal Security, so folks, make a little noise and enjoy the stream. And until next time, keep on painting.